Good morning and hello. Welcome to United21 Season 23. We've got the playoffs as we continue to see who will be the grand finalists and who will eventually be crowned the champion. But first, we've got the upper bracket final as well as the lower finals. If you want to take a quick look at the schedule, we can see the two games that we'll be covering. First one in the upper bracket will be Gen 1 versus BC Game. And then in that lower bracket, it's Illuminar versus Anonymo. As you can see with the brackets from the playoff stage, Gen 1, BC Game, both having a relatively clean run through this upper bracket, coming from either side. Powered kind of by the firepower of Jax and Drac on Gen 1 and Casanito and Prime Taps over on BC Game. Those are really the standout players who made the difference, who borderline carry performance from some of those performances in certain maps from those players to take them all the way here, which is quite impressive considering both teams finished second place in their groups. What's also more interesting about this lineup is these two teams faced just about a week ago, where Jacob was the difference maker on both of those maps. So it goes to show that both these two teams have players who at any moment could dig deep and take their teams over the line to take them to victory. Again, the stakes for this first game, this upper bracket final, is the winner will go through to that grand final. The loser still has a lifeline, still has a chance to move down to that consolidation final in the lower bracket. Now, if we want to have a quick look at the two teams, obviously, BC Game is a relatively newer team with some familiar names, familiar faces, who have sort of formed together, chopped and changed with the most recent addition of Jacob, I believe, as well as Guardian moving in from coach to player. Again, for those of you who aren't aware of Guardian, he was probably the best AWPer in the world, if not top 2 AWPer in the world for the longest time, around 10 years ago, right, around 2015, 2016. He was absolutely incredible. He then had a wrist injury, had to take some time out to retire. Recently came back into coaching through this BC Game lineup, but they had some issues with their roster. They removed Anarchez. Whilst they were looking for an AWPer, Guardian decided to Guardian was standing in, and then they decided to just, tell you what, let's just keep Guardian. This guy is historically incredible, but has shown glimmers of good performances, but overall his rating in the last 3 months has been subpar to where you'd expect from a player that's played at the heights that he has. On the Gen 1 side, again, French lineup, they've got some incredible firepower, especially in the likes of Jax, a player who no doubt a lot of people will be familiar with. If we have a quick look at the veto, we can see what maps we will be playing on. We've got Mirage and Vertigo bans. This makes sense. They're perma bans. Nuke pick, which again makes sense for Gen 1, right? It's a strong map for them, not a great one for BC Game. Ancient coming in for BC Game, Dust 2 and Inferno banned out, and then Anubis Decider. Now, what's interesting for me about this veto is, again, they played last week, where the maps were, I believe, Dust 2, Nuke, and Anubis. Anubis a shared map between these two teams, hence why it's left as a decider. And Nuke was a relatively close game, and Gen 1 did lose it, but they decided to go for it on another pick here. But as we continue with the pistol round, we're going to have double Julies dropped for the BC Game side. It's going to be a straight up pop from Gen 1 out towards main. Through the squeaky door, 2 quick kills in quick succession, giving them an open bomb site to get this bomb planted and a man advantage. $600 in the back pocket of each and every player. Now, BC Game need to try and attempt this retake. And, disgusting shot from Letgro. Dvudevek still putting up a fight. Jacob creeping in around the corner. Being hunted, will catch Dvudevek, not being diligent with his clear. Into the 2-on-2, time ticking down, Letgro still fighting in the heavens. He's just Kersey in a 1 versus 2, bomb tapped, it's a full 10-second stick, and it's not been held. Hut's not been held. Kersey's just walked out and got 2 kills. Quick headshots. It's Gen 1 a round up here on map number 1. You're going to be seeing a second round investment from BC Game. Guardian going straight for the scout. Couple MP9s, couple upgraded pistols. Gen 1 with a healthy investment of 2 Galils, 3 Mac 10s, plenty of grenades for a second round buy. Drac just given this responsibility to work towards outside, looking, scouting for info. Seeing if any CTs want to get aggressive, want to fight for outside control. It's a slow round from Gen 1, just waiting. See what BC Game do. They know that if BC Game have either ecoed or gone for force buying, those are really the only two options, then they're likely to go for some sort of set piece, some sort of constructed play to get themselves an opening, some sort of gamble. Although they know it's a bit more of a passive gamble, it's a trap set with prime tap from Jacob in towards Secret. Gen 1 run out of patience and start to pressure this top site. A good HE and another kill. It's a 2 for 1. Gen 1 coming out worse for wears on this site hit, but eventually Drac dispatches of Lecro. Gen 1 still patient, taking their time. Clearing out the backside now. Ooh, missed molly from Kersey. That molly would have provided them so much security and comfort, knowing that Heaven can't be peeked. Instead, a player has to keep their eyes on it, which means the eyes aren't watching this push coming from Jacob around the flank. Pushed all the way through outside. And he's got 2. Kersey, another clutch scenario. Be another 1 versus 2. Drops down with the bomb, but Guardian anticipates this. A beautiful read. Kersey will be able to get this bomb planted, but... ooh, it's messy, it's scrappy. Does go down in the process. Beautiful round from BC Game. Gen 1, very scrappy. They're working with no information. And they decide to just hit that top site blind. For all they know, there could have been a stack on that site. But even then, there wasn't a stack, and they still lost the trades, went 2 for 1. And in the 3 versus 3, Kersey missing utility is disastrous. That simply by missing that Molotov, it means that Gen 1 have to stare at Heaven in order to cover a post plant. Which means it provides room for Jacob to come in and get that double. So a second round break here for BC Game. Gen 1 do get a bomb plant so they can still buy. But it's much weaker. Yes, they've got an extra rifle, but much weaker utility. Brooksy, Davidovec onto Tech 9s. Jacob. Free to take the fights outside. Little to no resistance. Gonna continue to fight. Eventually Davidovec shuts him down, but it's just Jacob was taking fight after fight after fight. Smoke's eventually thrown, but now BC Game have rotated in. They're ready to take the fights together, and they just mop them up. That was nothingness from Gen 1. They just walk outside with the girls. There's no action, no reaction off of Jacob's fights. He's able to get 2 kills before dying. In such low energy fashion as well. And by the time Gen 1 decide to activate or decide to do anything, Jacob's already got all the information. He's already killed 2 of you and spotted at least another 2. BC Game then just rotate over and just double swing. Take the fights together. Overwhelm. And, ooh, Casanito cratering on the site. Gen 1 will attempt a top site pop, but good utility usage from Pine Taps. Beautiful. Oh, Brooksy, hello. That's a couple of kills. Where'd they come from? Make it 3. Looking for some more. Farm some cash. Eventually he'll go down. That's a very costly round for BC Game. Just as I was praising Prime Taps for beautiful utility usage, right? That's exactly how you want to stop a pop towards Hut, is you have that molly in hand, you jiggle. As soon as you spot them come out, you drop the molly outside the exit of Hut. Rewarded with a 3k, but Brooksy, a triple of his own. 2 of which on the MP9, going to give him plenty of cash to work with, and he's not buying full util. Surely he's already bought 2 flashes and dropped them to his teammates. Either that or Gen 1 setting themselves up for a site pop. But Jax going down so early puts a spanner in the works. And now it seems like they're going to cancel that top site execution. And there is some decision making as to why Brooksy doesn't buy utility there, because he's going to be entering, right? It's a waste of money if he just goes in and dies. But look, you've cancelled now. You're not going for that pop. Now you've not got much utility to work with. You don't have those flashes to support your teammates. In the meantime, Gen 1 do take ramp, but it's only because BC Game let them. BC Game get that info with the man advantage and say, look, you can have ramp. We'll just keep 5 players alive. Drop down towards the lower site. As long as we know that you're in ramp. Good fight comes through. Wide swinging towards heaven, and suddenly this entire site has fallen apart. BC Game, what sort of hold is this? From a 5 versus 4, Gen 1 just walk through hell into CT, and they just take 1v1 fight after 1v1 fight after 1v1 fight. Oh, hello. Go land a couple up. Well, he puts a tempers the profits of Gen 1 with a couple kills there, but yeah, Gen 1 were just able to walk through ramp into hell up towards heaven and get every single kill. And that entire time Brooksy sat in towards hut waiting to pounce off of the contact, off of the connection. BC Game will be forcing up 3 M4s, 2 of which were saved. Just a couple pistols, and Gen 1 looking to get a little bit more explosive. Again, Brooksy going for opening attempts towards ramp. Letcrow does spot them. Gen 1 freeze. They slow down. BC Game start to shuffle. Two-man ramp hold. The fights come through. Util aplenty to push Guardian off, and Letcrow fully blinded. Pretty much a full execution there on the ramp room. Gets them in the opening, but that's a lot of damage done to Gen 1. Might make this 5-7. And it's the Eagle of Guardian. A little bit more lethal. Ooh, maybe not. He goes down. In the meantime, Jacob's at least able to isolate one. Finds Drac lurking outside. Gen 1 look to crunch in towards the double doors. Finally, Prime Taps is spotted on the flank. Bomb has been planted. Should see BC Game try to go for a save, and oh, Brooksy, hello. Thought he got the headshot then, but no, Jacob's already low from Drac. Fantastic, tucked all the way in CT after picking up that Crow's M4. Gen 1 tied the scoreline 3-3. Now, BC Game should finally be on an eco, but again, still have a rifle in play. So the question is, how does Prime Taps utilise this primary weapon to the best of his ability to give BC Game some sort of an advantage? And it's another slow default for Gen 1. Drac, again, the responsibility of holding for outside control. He's just tucked here in towards Africa, waiting for any CT aggression. Jacob, in the meantime, just tucked beneath the Tetris of the red container. Prime Taps with this M4 searching outside to try and bait Jacob into some activation. Meantime, BC Game try and get some information towards the hut, and that's enough to cause Drac to start pushing, to start pressuring. He falls for the trap. Jacob tucked around the corner. Another rifle picked up and a man advantage for BC Game. Gen 1's reaction. They take ground control, but again, they don't look to go down. They look to fight towards heaven, and they pulled a full rotation. BC Game going for a full-on gamble towards that lower site with all 5 players. They just now realise, start to scramble. That's when Gen 1, they flood their way out of the heavens, drop themselves down. Kirsty and Brooksy combine for quick kills. Headshots on the AKs all come through in Gen 1's way. The 2 rifles picked up the BC Game fail to find any damage worth speaking of. Just that one P250 for Jacob that got activated. Anito's at least able to find one macro hunting, but a punch too strong. Gen 1 survived with 3, only 2 players fall. Do you have a tactical pause for BC Game? They finally get rifles back out, but it's a very compromised buy. I can understand why they want to take a tactical. Discuss how they want to approach this round with such limited utility. Often the decision when it comes to weak utility is to get fast and aggressive, but it's Gen 1 who are getting fast and aggressive. Catching off BC Game using next to no utility to stop a rush. Okay, how many times are Gen 1 going to throw a molly in towards heaven that misses? A 4v3 as the bomb is planted. BC Game not committing to a save just yet. I think they will start to slow down. They don't have a kit, so it's not like they can go for a last second attempt at this. There's no real point in going for any economic damage when you don't have the money yourself to expend. Yeah, BC Game will just turn around and go for that save. But yeah, no, it's a decent play, right? When you're a CT side and you've got such a weak utility, you've got to be really selective as to how you use it. And if you use it to stop a rush, you might not have much left for the mid-round. And so far, Gen 1 have been playing really slow. So BC Game might have thought, oh, okay, well, if they're playing slow, let's save our util. early on, then we can use it in the mid round if we want to. Whether it's to block, whether it's to slow down the T's to keep them at bay, or to get proactive, get aggressive, to get ourselves a man advantage and set ourselves up for that, rather than wasting utility to block. But Gen 1 just sprint straight through towards that top site, catching BC Game off guard. This round a little bit more utility thanks to the saved weapons. And even then, it's still not great. Jacob flying towards outside, catches Drac lurking through. So far, Jacob's had very little worry or concern when it comes to fighting outside. Very much making it that part of his map. Well, that part of the map his, should I say. Got the wrong way around there. And Drac, the outside lurk, currently 2 and 8. Not the scoreline you want for what is considered a bit of a star position. Interestingly, a man advantage. Jacob's still fighting outside, but BC Game have already gambled the player down towards the lower side. And now make that a second. Casanito and Electro working together. Brooksy still being a nuisance on this top site. Eventually he's dealt with. Electro's able to activate for one. Casanito still towards his top site. Not going to be expected. Sprays down the legs, pivots around and catches 2. Ball trading from Gen 1. It did look a little bit sketchy there, right? You had Jacob continuing to take solo fights outside. Players on the top site caught in rotation. The lower site gamble was split up, but it did pay off. Jacob's aggressive outside, looking to fight behind this wall of smokes. Searching for info, waiting for Drac to come his way. Finally, Drac wins the fight, loud and proud, stomping through the smokes. Kersey's even going to find prime taps. There's a lot of information now for BC Game to work with, but Jax just walks through the squeaky smoke, picking apart the BC Game defense. Casanito comes up towards Secret. Eventually finds Drac, but not before Drac can kill his teammate. Now a 1 versus 4 situation. It'd be 1 versus 5 to take it.
Bomb has been planted.
Already ticking down. Casanito should look to save. Oh, I'm not sure if that was an accidental jump. Gen 1 should start to hunt now. Casanito tucks his way in towards CT. So, Gen 1, already up to 6 on the T side of Nuke. On their map pick, but also the most CT-sided map in the pool. Gen 1 certainly getting above par for the T side. A bit of a force fight behind the saved weapons, couple MP9s, 2 M4s, 1 AK Electro to try and hold ramp. Gen 1 accelerate, they go fast, but the trading is poor, lackluster. Electro silence weapon picks a couple players off, a 2-man advantage now for BC Game. Kirsty still lurking towards outside. Successful, needs to get him 1 kill. Molly flushes Jacob forward, but that gives him a free 1 versus 1. Knowing the bomb planted. Kersey towards outside, knows that there's no way that there's a second player to trade him. So he isolates to Udovec. Comes 2 on towards the side. Guardian opens the door on timing. Kersey now in a 1 versus 2. Bomb planted for him, but relatively low on health. Goes for the wide swing, and Guardian will finish him off. 10-second defuse comes through. A good round from BC Game. Double from both Guardian and Lecro. Some quick decision making from Jacob in the mid round. Quick maths as well. You got 3 players left. One's outside, one's planting. Means there's only one throwing that molly towards him. Final round of the half. Both teams on nice, healthy buys. Track sits to hold. Necro dropping down towards this lower site. Just in case, a little bit antsy perhaps. Don't think it's possible that a player could have got down the vent. It is open. Perhaps all smoked beforehand. Oh, another slow default from Gen 1. Sitting back, waiting for the util to fade. That was the last smoke just burnt. The BC Game. Prime taps to point that one towards Squeaky. Good HG. Softens up Kersey. Oh, the util is perfect to allow Drac to lurk in towards main, and he activates first, gets a kill. Compromises this A bomb site as Guardian next to fall. Gen 1 secure the site. And Jacob last to fall. It's a 7-5 half. Very strong from Gen 1. A constrictive T side. Very slow, very passive. With a sprinkle of some explosive rounds in there. Keeping BC Game honest. Again, it's a CT-sided map. BC Game will need to dig deep on their T side. They need to pray that they've got a deep playbook. And I'm just looking now, when these two teams did face on Nuke over in EPL, back on the 23rd, so just under 2 weeks ago. The first half of Nuke was 9-3 in favour of BC Game on their CT side. That's what really got them over the line. The second half was 6-4. Gen 1 only needs 6 rounds to win. So if we see a repeat, and judging by the performances, Gen 1 performing better than BC Game right now, should expect Gen 1 to close out this map. Only one set of Julies dropped over into the hands of Jax. Smoke and a flash in play. A quick smoke on towards the squeaky door. Not often you see that on a pistol round. BC Game set themselves up over towards the ramp where these Julies are in play. They just sit and wait for a potential push to come through. A bit of util towards that top site to try and make it uncomfortable, but Jax hears the steps, lets the dualies rip, but he's only good for one. It's a quick trade from Prime Taps. 4 versus 4. BC Game barrel down towards this lower site. Gen 1, the rotations are there in place, but they need to try and find the frags. Brooksy unsuccessful. Site in control. Drac in a bit of a hiding spot here around the corner of the double doors. Prime Taps comes in to swing on contact. Jacob decides to take matters into his own hands as he fights Kersey towards single. It's now a 2 versus 3. The fights are coming through into the single door. But Drac out of ammo. Decides to get the knife out to try and finish off Prime, but Jacob's there to close out a triple kill for the Norwegian player. So BC Game, pistol in hand, they now have control of the economy. Gen 1 look to challenge that with a force buy. 1 scout, 1 MP9. Or 2 MP9, sorry. Couple pistols. I like the added addition of a kit on the Budovec. BC Game, just a bit of an outside default here. Using their stronger weapons to their advantage at the closer, the longer ranges, should I say. To take map control. Kersey searches outside. The rival scout of Guardian. Tags traded. BC Game now start to deploy their usual search for a wrap. Drac through the edge of the smoke, tries to get sneaky. But BC Game accelerating further into CT. The reaction here for Gen 1 is to push. This is an interesting angle from Prime Taps because he can't shoot on the ladder. I think this is literally a case of he'll get the info and then immediately sprint back up, but it's risky. Gen 1 have decided to go for that full gamble stack. After clearing out only Squeaky, they're going to gamble stack the lower site. But the thing is, BC Game, they've wrapped all the way in towards Hell. They have all of outside control. And Prime Taps has all that information towards lobby. They can just split this A site. I don't hate the gamble stack though from Gen 1. You've gone for a force buy, you've got a man disadvantage. You say, look, if you do hit that B-bomb site, we've got everything in our power to try and stop you. To try and win the round. If not, if you go elsewhere, well, we can save, so we don't have to eco next round. But, like goes hunting. Oh, back turned on a lot of players. Does go down low, but he's looking to finish some more off. Health low on these Gen 1 players. BC Game aren't going to hunt much more. They don't want to throw away the rifles. The Mac 10 on Let Crow is excusable. So scoreline tied. Gen 1 not going to invest more than they've already saved. These scouts fighting towards outside. Kersey tries to take on one of the rifles. That's next to no avail. Guardian just currently being set up to search for picks, for tags at the very least. He's in towards credit. Flush out the Budovec. Similar round for BC Game. Work outside control. Look to fight towards CT. This time Electro's met with resistance. There's a trap set by Gen 1. But it's traded. 3 versus 3. HE comes in from Jacob. Clearing these close angles with a 5-7. So deadly at that range. Guardian quick switches towards the Galil. But he's now into a 1 versus 2 and down by the scout. And Kersey eventually finishes him off. Gen 1 upset with that saved round. They perfectly counter the BC game default. Or rather the BC game anti-eco default. Gen 1 picking off a few too many players for BC Game's liking. 1 by 1. With the trading not being as clinical as required. It was there, but the quality of the trades weren't clean. BC Game's still able to invest, but they're emptying their bank accounts to afford this one. Track continues to be responsible for the outside portion of the map. It's another outer default BC Game. Try and work their way in towards main, but Drac, the perfect off angle, ready for that split. It's a simple round from BC Game. You send the wall of smoke, you send one player sprinting down towards Secret to try and pull a rotation to say, look, our outside player's gone down, he's not outside anymore, in towards Secret. But it's a ruse when you have 2 players trying to sneak in towards main, but it's watched. Drac does overextend, searching for a weapon. Caught by Electro's lurk. And the issue for BC Game right now is all their players are split up. So there's no trade potential, and Prime Taps isolated, playing a gap in the hut. 4 versus 2. Now they're even more split up. Electro at least then had the possibility to group up with Prime Taps and play as a duo, a buddy system. But now the bomb's separated, segregated from Casanito. They look to converge, convene up through the vent. And Casanito finds the time, but a well-placed Molotov from Brooksy stops Electro from being able to support and go for the double peak, leaving him in a 1 versus 3. 10 seconds left, 18 HP. Fake the steps, running away to save.
Counter-terrorists win.
Gen 1. Pick up the stronger rifles of the AKs, surviving with 3. It's profitable. But now they stretch their lead back out to 2 rounds. And unless Lecro's saved AK can win the lottery, then Gen 1 like to grow their lead even more. BC Game all grouping up. 5-man Counter-Strike looking to swarm, form a death ball. In the starting position up on the ramp. This is read by Gen 1. The lack of noise, lack of presence anywhere else on the map. Dead giveaway. Util deployed keeps BC Game at bay for a little bit longer. 40 seconds left. And as the smoke fades, Kersey comes back into position. He used that 20 seconds to search further outside. But now the pop comes through and Kersey gets absolutely domed. But Jax in a great spot to collect a triple. Secures the man advantage. BC Game are able to pick up another rifle. If they can isolate a 1 versus 1, this is as good as on, but the time so far ticked down. A 1-for-1 isolated. Bomb looks to be planted towards a single door, and that's exactly where Drac and Davudovic lie in wait. And Gen 1 will find double digits. A decent attempt there from BC Game. Kersey got absolutely decimated. I mean, the idea, the stack was in play with Kersey and Jax, and Kersey did set up Jax, but could have definitely played a much stronger angle with the rifle. Could have tucked deeper underneath the boost so that they could be playing the same angle, but instead Kersey playing so far deep in a committed angle where Jax can't see the players that are fighting Kersey until after Kersey's already dead. BC Game do go for an investment here, but it's not the greatest. Very weak util. Galil on prime taps. Scout on Guardian still. Side smokes deployed. A wall, but 2 kills. Davudovic spams 1. Brooksy deals with prime taps his lurk towards ramp. In fact, Jax is getting continually aggressive here. Kersey holds down Secret, kills Jacob, even spots Lecro. Guardian making plenty of noise on the silo. Should give Gen 1 all the information they need to pinpoint the locations of both these players. Guardian misses the scout shot. Davudovic fails to punish. Instead just sits and waits and Jax's flank comes through. Lecro now on a 1 versus 5. Trapped in. Breaking out on towards his beast side is going to be near impossible unless he hits some disgusting shots. The first one tap on towards Drac, the spray on towards Kersey, who fails to capitalise in such a weak spot for that weapon. Even gets a third, but fortunately Gen 1 are able to overwhelm. 3 quick kills there for Lecro. It's not enough to win the round. Can't do it all on his all by himself. Yeah, a little bit of a questionable spot there for Kersey. Positioning certainly not a strong suit today. Well, with Gen 1 now up onto 11, BC Game have to take a tactical pause. Do they force or not? And it looks like the answer is yes. They will be able to afford an AK to Galil's. Guardian down to a Tech 9. Jacob, another AK. It's not the worst bite. It's not the best. Only 1 Kalash. Guardian only on a pistol. I mean, Guardian could afford a bit more. He could afford a Galil if he sells his Tech 9. He'd be on 1,600. He'd sell Tech 9 and a flash, and he'd have a Galil. Perhaps this flash is necessary for a set piece than they may have in mind. I say that, but Prime Taps is back on the ladder, back in this position, holding for the pushes. DC Game sitting back, holding for a potential lobby crunch, but it's not going to come through. And despite everyone else set up to play retake in lobby control, looking for info to forfeit the control if BC Game decide to go for it, Jacob instead pushes in front of it, pushes in towards Squeaky, and in doing so, he's isolated. Brooksy spams him down. So a man advantage already for Gen 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. Now the util starts to come through towards this top site. It's a little bit of a pop, but the thing is Brooksy can hold deep in towards Squeaky. Back's turned to all of the flashes. And he's just going to mow down two. Eventually Catanito can come through in towards main, but the site hold is there. BC Game, plenty of players in place. They'll forge their way to map point. BC Game, extra round loss bonus. Can get a healthy investment. I say healthy. Not the healthiest. It's still rifles, but weak. Very weak utility. Minute 30 on the clock. It's another full outside default, but it's all 5 players working outside, but the bomb's still in T-spawn. At least drop the util to try and get Casanito down in towards secret. It's successful. He's loud about it. But Gen 1 not fooled whatsoever. They know the likelihood of a lurk play behind the smokes, but they are going to get the trades. Guardian and Jacob combine, put it into a 3 versus 3. Jax comes out of the ramp, out of his hiding spot, and towards the hell, searches for a fight. Spots the shadow of Guardian, but Guardian wins it. An important fight in Davudovic searching for the bomb. But only finds Jacob. There's Kersey. 1 versus 3, can hear Jacob running outside, collecting that bomb. Wanted to see if he can try and pick Jacob off. Get the bomb in his control, throw a spanner in the works for BC Game. But realises he doesn't have the time nor the space to search for that. Instead he's going to tuck his way in towards the hut, guarding some utility in from the heaven. To try and allow Casanito and Jacob to get out of this site. Missed shot, and he'll be punished. Jacob with a spam. BC Game just about to stay afloat here on Nuke. Another tactical pause for BC Game. Gen 1, with how close some of these rounds have been, they've not had the ability to build that much of a bank. But they are just about able to scrape by for another round. Opening attempt from Guardian now that he has the big sniper rifle in hand. It's so interesting to see the difference in lobby lurk styles between Prime Taps and Brooksy. When Brooksy was on that T side, he was making a lot of pressure, looking for picks, trying to find the timings to catch lurkers. Whereas Prime Taps just sits all the way back. Just holds for the pushes, silently, towards T-roof, towards the ladder. BC Game will forge their way outside. Casanito falls, Jacob looks to try and fill that void. To try and puff his chest out, make himself look bigger, do the job of 2 men. While he has taken control, BC Game have taken control of lobby. They picked off Prime Taps. Outside lurk, Guardian now walks in towards main completely dry, all on his own, but it pays off for at least the first kill. Still, man advantage. BC Games, to Gen 1. As soon as I say that, couple trades back and forth. BC Game now accelerate to try and deal with Brooksy, but 2 quick kills will be a 13-8 scoreline to Gen 1. Taking their own map pick of Nuke, getting revenge from a couple weeks ago as well. A decent performance there. BC Game, though, I will say their default's very poor trading in a lot of spaces, relying heavily on individuals, and those individuals simply did not show up to the same measure, not compared to Gen 1. But we've still got potentially 2 more maps of this series to go, at least 1 more, which will be the pick of BC Game. That's Ancient, coming up after this quick break. Welcome back to United21 Season 23 here in the upper brackets final. Gen 1 already a map up as they took their map pick of Nuke, a map which they already had a 5-map winning streak on. We're going to be moving over to BC Games' map pick here of Ancient, a map which they themselves also have a winning streak on and win streak of 4. So, I should expect to see BC Game take us to a third here, but you never know, Gen 1 might be able to put up a good fight. The individual certainly looked in better form on Nuke than that of BC Game, but we'll see. Jax tested here behind the big box on the site, but overwhelmed. Prime taps Jax. Man advantage as the bomb gets planted. Next to no utility as well to keep the CTs out. But Echo in such a good spot to deal with alert, but he's cleared. Overwhelmed by Kersey with the dualies. 4-on-4, they've identified now Donut in the control of BC Game. Time ticking, no kit in play. Gen 1 have to get a move on. Have to accelerate. Accelerate in towards Guardian. He taps them all away. From a 4 versus 4 to naught but a whimper. There's Guardian. Muffles their cries. Gen 1 going to be going for a full eco, just USPs. Oh, and beautiful HE from Jacob. Softens them all up, but gets a little bit greedy, going for a full spray. Try and deal with them. Electro, Casanito will mop them up with the Mac 10s. AK then recovered. So a 2-0 start. Gen 1 go for a third round investment. Get their M4s out. And take a tactical pause to add to that. Again, said it before on Nuke, I'll say it again here on Ancient. When the CTs have weak utility, which Gen 1 kind of do right now, only 2 incendiaries. Limited amount of flashes, only 1 HE. Weak utility does mean that they can't play for time quite as effectively. They can't sit back and let that clock tick. Because they don't have as much utility to keep BC Game at bay. If BC Game want to do a late execution, if Gen 1 burn their grenades, they won't have anything. If they save their grenades, they might not be able to stop BC Game from going for picks. So you have to be really concise with how you use your grenades. Make sure that every grenade has a purpose beyond time. That with every grenade thrown, you gain some sort of an advantage, but there's an advantage from Drac. Spam on towards Electro. Well lined up. We'll give them that man advantage. And I like that from Gen 1 as well. The aggression coming out towards A main so they could search for a pick or a potential flank, and it will be the latter. Jax now shifts. Looks like he's heading in towards T-spawn. Gen 1 now just need to use their utility to delay to keep BC Game at bay. So Jax has all the time to shift his way through the tunnels of T-spawn. Through the swamps of Ancient. Backstab his prey. Smoke now deployed, will push them back. And Jax is able to isolate one, but he doesn't search for more. Eventually gets that information, now knows that BC Game have to spend so much time clearing him. He wants to search for more, but be patient. And Drac, he's rewarded for his patience as Jacob's lurk eventually tries to activate, but into his crosshair. Drac now finds the 2 players searching, and Kersey hold them down. Beautiful round for Gen 1. You get that opening man advantage. Your opening gambit in the first place was that push towards A main, and you just spend enough of your util. What little you have, you just use it to delay BC Game to keep them from that B site. So Jax can hammer home that advantage. More aggression in mid this time. Gen 1, let's take control. The 1-2-2 split. BC game kind of all huddled together here on the lane. A beautiful flash from Brooksy, but he peeks into it himself, fully blinded. Could have lined up multiple kills there, but instead it's 2 to go the way of BC game. So now the T's working with a man advantage. They're setting themselves up to hit this B bomb site, but the bomb still dropped outside the B doors. BC game can't commit just yet. And the time it takes them to recover this bomb gives Gen 1 the time and space to rotate and lean, gamble stack over towards B. It's just Drac holding the rotates in middle, tucked in towards jungle. Lost Jackson to Vidovec. Hold the B site from long. Execution thrown from BC game. But no follow through just yet, waiting to see if there's a Gen 1 reaction. Spam comes through and they do find Lekro. Drax flank activates, good for 1. He needs to fall back to try and stay alive. Jacob searching through the smoke will isolate the Vidovec as Jax falls back to reload. So into the 2-on-2, but the health so low on, well, 3 of the players. Jax will attempt a bit of a spam as Jack has rotated in to join him. Looking to go for the trade, and somehow Jacob slips away in towards the ramp. He can go for a full reposition to group up with prime taps. In towards the cave where the bomb is planted for. There is a kit in the smoke. Jack's going to smoke off. Oh no, smoking off cave, but that's exactly when prime tap swings, catches him. And an awkward smoke is an awkward clear for Drac. BC game do get their third and they break the bank for Gen 1. Will be a bit of a half investment for Gen 1 and MP9 up on Jax. Going to push his way deep in towards A main. Meantime, Jacob takes so much space in middle. Catches Kersey jump spotting. Castanito will find 2. It's a simple anti-eco here. Guardian even with the deagle of all weapons. Catch Jax. Picks up an MP9 as a reward. Aggression from Gen 1 looking to fight in towards mid, but Jax's gambit up in towards heaven, shut down by Jacob before he falls. The follow-up from Kersey leads to no avail, but a solo fight from Prime Taps puts it into a 3-on-3, a scrappy beginning to this round. Brooksy needs to try and hold down this B site all on his own, so he's going to fall back and play a retake play for his life, allow time for this rotate to come through, and Drac will find Castanito. Brooksy still kicking, still alive. Into the 1 versus 2 is Lekro. Drac overextending, but this is a perfect bait to Vidovec. Shifting in on the second flank through the cave. But Lekro falls all the way back. And even further still in towards T-spawn. Caught reloading the Vidovec, and information play is rewarded. They don't let Lekro disengage and reset the fight. Gen 1 do get their second round on the board. A second tactical timeout. Guardian now with the AWP. Sniper rifle. Attempt the possible opening. But no, he's going to be using utility instead to try and set up his teammates. The first kill for BC Game will be that of Prime Taps punishing Kersey's overextension in towards Heaven. At 4 versus 4. Jack can now try and shift in towards the Heavens, but that's exactly when a spam comes through the smoke. But Brooksy lines up 2 in towards Cave. Guardian now flicks. Multiple shots, 3 kills in quick succession in middle. Failed to be traded by Gen 1, leaving Davudovic now in the 1 versus 1. This would be a 1 versus 4 clutch for Guardian if he's able to convert an empty A bomb site. Knows Davudovic normally towards that B part of the map. Bomb planted, plenty of time on the board. Guardian goes for a full repositioning towards Temple. Clearing out the extremities, he'll be able to circle round and get 2 for 1, clearing out both Temple and CT here. That smoke will give up Davudovic's location. Does have a kit. Should realise that Guardian on the AWP won't be able to spam this smoke. Oh, but caught. Issue with the AWP in those scenarios is a smoke. It's their ultimate undoing. Even if they try and spam, the shots are so hard to land, but if Davudovic fakes, as he does, taps the bomb, can easily find Guardian out of position, desperately trying to stop a defuse. But so much damage done. Guardian's quick shots on the AWPs there. Just goes to show his mechanical skill. Not to be underestimated. This time BC Game fight heavy for mid control. They do take it, but Gen 1 decide not to contest. Shots fired, let Crow attack Anito. He spots some information. PC game a minute on the clock, Gen 1 allowing them to work their way in towards map control. Cave cleared out. Setting their sights towards this B site, but the stronghold here with the AWP of Kersey towards the pillar can bait in Brooksy perfectly towards this one-man corridor. Even then, you've still got that extra player to help hold the site. The swing comes through. Davudovic is messy, but Kersey will collect 3. Guardian finds a trade on the Deagle, picks up the AK, but it'll be another 1 versus 4 clutch for him to try and win. Isolates Davudovic perfectly. Sticks the bomb. 1 versus 2. Drax uses that as an opportunity to reposition. A flank coming through from Jax. Drax finds the timing to search. Knows that in his head. Will think away in towards short, but catches the fight. Guardian a full sense of security after seeing Drac push his way in towards short. Expects him to continue, but in reality, Drac just pivoting, knowing that there's a timing that he could get pushed from either side. Checks and will shut it down. But you can just see in both of those clutch scenarios from Guardian, he still has that innate ability, that innate game sense in those clutch scenarios. The mechanical skill, the anticipation of every single spot that Gen 1 choose to play. But just can't quite get it over the line. On top of that, you add the fact that every scenario seems to be a clutch scenario. Every time it's a 1 versus 4, his teammates all falling before he can get himself activated. A 4-4 scoreline. BC Game now going to be on pistols, looking to pop on towards this B-bomb site. Util deployed. Flashes are good, but the Vudavek at range. Flashes aren't so strong. Buxy holds for the swing, but it's a quick trade and response. A man advantage still for Gen 1 as they BC Game plant this bomb. The rotation comes through, and it's just a case of swarming, trading out, making sure that for every fight taken, or for every fight lost, there's someone there to recover it. So they will secure the round win. 3 players surviving, still profitable. But BC Game going to be relatively content with that 2 kills and a bomb plant. They can now get a nice healthy investment, with Guardian even able to afford that sniper rifle. But again, it's something we also saw on Nuke. I want to see Guardian go for some openings. So far, he's not had any impact beyond having some close clutches that he's not been able to take over the line. I want to see him get involved in these fights early on. Go for some opening picks with the AWP. Be set up to hold the rotations. Because at the moment, he's being used as a supportive element. And right now, that's certainly the case. It's a full A-site rush. Prime will find the opening on towards Jack. Crow forces his way through, finds Kersey. Man advantage for BC Game as Gen 1 try their best to fight out through these smokes. Oh, the spam from the Vudavek is in now into the 1 versus 1 Guardian. Again in a clutch scenario. Oh, with the pixel angle, too strong. Brooksy catches the head even though Guardian looked ready for it. So it will be a 6 for Gen 1. Tactical pause for BC Game, their first of this map. Round number 11. Weapons back out in force. Gen 1 apparently sat retake middle. Not fighting for it early on. Meantime, a brawl for cave control. Prime taps, wins. Now a gamble rotation for Gen 1. They leave middle. Gamble stack this B bomb site, but look at the space that Jacobs found, going in on a full flank all the way through CT spawn. Gen 1 need to be proactive here. They've left a massive opening. We'll start to search down towards this ramp. Guardian goes for a bit of a jump spot. Gets that information. Lekra and Molotov will isolate them, but a beautiful flashbang means that Guardian will fall. And Jacob's still in CT spawn, but he's trying to hold for rotates. Calls out to his teammates, look, if there's multiple towards the B site, accelerate towards A. See if you can deal with them. I'll cut off the rotates. And he does that to perfection. A double kill to close it out. Jacob sealing the round with that proactive push. The issue with Gen 1 setup there is they play retake on middle, but then they're blinded. They search, throw the utility. They don't see anything, but in reality, Jacob just around the corner, waiting for them to leave. And as soon as they leave, he slinks in. Just before Drac could actually get sight on Donut. Found the perfect timing. The final round of the half, and Gen 1 have to scrape together a bye. Jacob tries to edge the smoke, tagged in the molly. Falls all the way back. There we go, Guardian, an opening, holding for the aggression of Jax. But doesn't expect a second, it's a two-man push coming out. In fact, it's now a full flood as Gen 1 set themselves up to crunch. T-spawn through A main and middle. And now a deep smoke in towards the tunnel. But it's not as deep as it should be. It should be much deeper than that. It's not clean, it's not flush against the wall, so it provides space for Casanito to fight behind. Now into the 1 versus 2 for Prime Taps. Smoke deployed. Prime Taps can either fight his way through or wait for it to fade. Gen 1 know this. So they drop the smoke, immediately fall back. So 20 seconds wasted for Prime Taps, not realising there's no one actually to defend the bomb. He'll pick it up 30 seconds. Heads towards middle. Question is, does he go B or A? By the looks of things, he'll rotate in towards Donut. He should surely expect Brooksy to be in towards A main. Until we'll give it away. Prime Taps will stick the bomb. There's not enough time. And Brooksy can just peek. There's not enough time for Prime Taps to clear any of the angles. We'll go for a fake. Has to commit, and it will be another 7-5 half. Another 2-round lead for Gen 1, but this time it's on their opponent's map pick. Again, BC Game have a strong win rate on this map. Strong win streak even. Could Gen 1 be the ones to break that streak? If they can win this T-side pistol round, they'll pave the way. They'll roll out the red carpet for them to close out this series, make their way in towards the grand final here at United21. With this pistol round, it's fast in towards mid. It's a brawl with 2 players, including the bomb even. Going straight in towards red room to try and pull this rotate. Oh, Prime Taps domes Drac the bomb now, and it's such a sticky spot. What is this round from Gen 1? The Vudavek stuck here with a bomb. He's just going to be hunted down. Brooksy now on a 1 versus 3. He's made his way up towards the B site and dinks quite a few players. Prime Taps down low, but doesn't anticipate Guardian to still be on the site. What is that play from Gen 1? I get the push in towards red room, but doing it with the bomb? Surely that wasn't intentional. Surely. If the bomb was on one of the B players short, you've got 2 players pushing in towards red room, make it look like you're going for a fast CT rush in towards A or B, pull the rotates, make that B site weaker as they have to check CT control, or force them to react into your players waiting at the bottom of the slope. Gen 1 will instead force buy and they'll try to crunch mid. A 1-for-1. Like Crow has to fall into the next angle. Does he realise his shadow's so visible here? A massive shadow. Does he not have them turned on? Instead, he's isolated. Fails to fall into a workable angle to at least get one. Gives Gen 1 the man advantage. BC Game looking to be proactive now. They're going to search in towards Donut, where Drac holds. Box prime taps. Guardian will go for the swing, but now the double peek comes through. Casanito, 1v3. Good transfer on towards Drac. Has the Vudovic low. Wild spam through the smoke. The dink goes back and forth. Casanito will walk through the smoke. Kersey holds and even gets close. I think there might have been a dink landed there. Casanito so close in the clutch, but it goes Gen 1's way. How many rounds, how many clutch scenarios will BC Game manage to bring down to 1 versus 1s to lose it at the final mark? Gen 1 fortunate they're able to convert. Not only that, they've broken the bank. It's a second round reset. The BC Game now onto what you call a double eco scenario with only 14k in the bank. Have to buy up. Casanito with a little bit extra thanks to his kill reward. He can get an MP9. Bit of pressure made in towards middle by Drac. In the meantime, the rest of the Gen 1 players set themselves up. An A-site hit. Jacob will land one with the Eagle, but the rest of the players overwhelmed. Guardian now trying to edge the smoke in towards CT. A 3 versus 2, but Gen 1 slow it right down. And, oh, over the top. He's found. Casanito, another 1v3 scenario. This time no M4. Gen 1, plenty of time, plenty of patience. Casanito now spotted behind the box. Beautiful shot on towards Brooksy. But Drac is there to secure it. Gen 1 now on 9, looking to get up towards double digits as BC Game go for a full eco, but it's a donut stack, a donut swing even. But the Vudovic, nice and patient, instead of getting hungry, salivating for these kills, rushing in towards them, he turns around, isolates those fights, controls the angle, so he can fight them one by one. Farms a quad kill, looking for the ace, the flash comes out, beautiful support from Drac. The Vudovic, nice and patient. Composed, and he's rewarded for it with an anti-eco ace on a Mac 10, so he's farmed plenty of cash. Will be double digits. Gen 1 only need 3. Close out this series. Pressure in towards middle, util applied. Charge from either side, but Brooksy creeping up on towards the ramp. This is a full contact, and they found the timing. And Jax finds the opening. Both prime taps and Casanito not actually watching the ramp, and it's perfect from Gen 1. Could not have timed that push better. And there you go, that's the B site, that's the round done. BC Game, yes, Jacob's able to deal with the lurker of Drac, but a man disadvantage, the bomb already ticked. No kit in play, weak utility for a retake. BC Game have to save. Not worth throwing away their weapons at a very slim chance of retaking. And they don't have the cash to spare for next round. Lost the shadow. Oh, beautiful. Now a tactical pause from BC Game. Much needed. Their coach Cube. Been with them for 2 weeks now. Perhaps coming in to discuss how they should approach this, as they need to make a comeback here. If they want to stay in the upper bracket, if they want to secure that spot into the grand final and avoid having to play tomorrow. It will be a brawl in towards middle. A fight from both teams, but the flashes, the utility is just too good for Gen 1. BC Game being bombarded by grenade after grenade, flashbang after flashbang, and kill after kill from Drac. Casanito and Guardian in a 2 versus 5. After taking a tactical timeout in the first 10 seconds of the round, BC Game lose 3 players. It's Guardian into another clutch scenario. Clean headshot on towards the Vudavec. That's all the information that BC Game, or rather that Gen 1 need. I'll plant this bomb safely on that B site. Every rotation point now covered. Gen 1 fan out and search to remove the weapon from Guardian. He's not even able to save the rifle. He still had the deagle on his hand, but they hunt him nonetheless. Gen 1 now up onto map match. An upper bracket final point. BC Game now a 2-1-2 setup on their CT side, knowing that they can't withstand at all, they can't succeed at all to stop Gen 1 in the early round, as Gen 1's utility just too fortuitous. Again, Gen 1 look to apply pressure towards his B site. BC Game working with no information beyond sound that Gen 1 gives them. Jax will creep through the smoke, finds the perfect time and catches Casanito in full spam. Prime tap tries to activate, but it's a beautiful trade from Gen 1. The site belongs to the Frenchman. Smokes on long and short to block them off. Gen 1, they don't rush the plant just yet. They sit and wait for the rotations to come through in positions holding for it. And Brooksy will get 1. In fact, he'll get 2. Electro spotted. A clean game there, a clean second half from Gen 1 on that on Ancient. They'll take this upper bracket final 2-0, forging their way into the grand final. It was a little bit of a lackluster showing from BC Game. Their individuals failed to show up in the same capacity, right, as Gen 1. There was so many gaps in their defense on Ancient. On the CT side of Nuke as well, their individuals were playing too individualistically, considering the form that they were in. They weren't hitting their shots, which means you can't rely on your individuals just taking fights, just playing on their own. They need to be a little bit more teamwork, a little bit more trading, and a little bit more information gathering, I think, from BC Game. But they'll move down to the lower bracket, where they will face the winner of our next game, which is Anonymo versus Illuminar. That'll be coming up in about 45 minutes. So grab a drink, grab a snack, maybe stretch your legs. We'll see you then. Welcome back to United21 Season 23. We already had our upper bracket grand final where we saw Gen 1 make it through to that grand final and BC Game moved down to the consolidation. But we've got to find out who BC Game will be playing tomorrow as we go into the lower bracket final here with Anonymo versus Illuminar, a Polish powerhouse derby between these two teams. We already had Anonymo face Polish brethren of Apogee, taking down that new lineup 2-1 in the lower semis. But this is the matchup to decide. As you can see, both of these two teams made it through the upper bracket semi-final. So all four teams left in this entire tournament made it through that upper bracket semis in total. But what's even more interesting is the fact that all four of these teams came second place in their group. We already discussed that with Gen 1 and BC Game come second in their groups. Illuminar and Anonymo doing the same. So all of the teams who came first in their groups have been eliminated. Now we'll move on to quickly have a look at these two teams. As we saw, the loser of this game is eliminated. Winner goes through to face BC Games. And let's, well, without further ado, have a quick look at the veto, right? This is the most interesting part between these two teams. They've played each other a lot over the last few months. And I'm just looking at their history here. It's the last time they faced Anonymo 1-2-1, the time before that Illuminar 1-2-1, the time before that Anonymo 1-2-0. The one common theme is the veto between these two teams is pretty much always Ancient and Dust 2 involved, and just one glimpse at the map pool between these two teams, it's very clear as to see why. They both share the same permaban of Inferno, and interestingly, Illuminar not choosing to ban Mirage. Now, in the last three best of threes, as I mentioned, it's always been Inferno, Mirage banned. Anonymo still banning Inferno, but Illuminar choosing to ban Nuke this time. But regardless, that has literally zero effect on the veto because it's still going to be Dust 2, Ancient and Anubis. Both these two teams are on heavy win streaks on Anubis. Great maps for them. In fact, in the last 3 months, Anonymo have won it 100% of the time. They've won it 6 for 6. But Dust 2 and Ancient are the primary picks, if that makes sense. They're the go-to maps for both of these two teams with over 50% first pick rates on Dust 2 and Ancient. And in contrast, the opponents on these maps have got loss streaks. So, for example, Dust 2, which is Illuminar's pick, Anonymo have got a 6-map loss streak. Ancient, which is Anonymo's map pick, Illuminar have a 7-map loss streak. So, even though the history between these two teams does dictate a very back and forth showing, I think we might get back and forth even within this game. I wouldn't be surprised if we do go to the third, unless the familiarity between these two teams really goes to makes a difference, has a heavy impact on the results, on how these teams play, whether they're playing to counter one another, or whether they're going to be focusing on their own game. Now, the players to kind of watch out for in this series so far, probably Belaney is the biggest standout over on Illuminar. While in the last 3 months, he's the highest rated player for Illuminar, the 1.08. This event so far, he's had a 1.21 rating. Head and shoulders above anyone else on this server so far for this event. The next closest person is his teammate Spavacu with a 1.1 rating. Over on the Anonymous side, their firepower's are much more evenly spread out. I say evenly spread out. It's evenly spread out amongst the top four. It's Darsheville, who's at the bottom there with a 0.77 for this event, one of the lowest rated players for this event. So the firepower definitely leaning Illuminar's way, and that should come into fruition here on Dust 2, a very firepower reliant map. Now we're kicking it off. Anonymo on that T side, Darsheville getting the util in hand, smoke 2 flashes. We'll smoke off the mid doors. So Anonymo look to split in towards mid control. And so coming in through lower, but he's way ahead of his teammates. Kadzu one taps him. Easy shot. The trade is very late to come through, but Spavacu taps down 2. Overwhelmed. Even just Malavi, 1 versus 4. Will be in an Illuminar gaming round. Starting their own map pick strong. Just double checking, I believe. Malavi standing in for Ivro. On the last few games as well. Anonymo going to be going for a force buy despite not getting a bomb planted. Tech9's and a scout. Furlan gets furious, but breaks setup. There's literally a bait and switch here, a crossfire that he could swing and contact, but instead he takes the fight early. And oh, Malavi, beautiful shot on that scout. A man advantage for Anonymo. Not able to retrieve the rifles just yet. Rather the singular rifle up on towards short. They are currently grouped in towards B, contemplating a B site execution where there's only one player to defend, and that is Belaney, the star player, as mentioned before. Fight comes through. Belaney is taken down. Kadzu fighting in through the window does find a trade, but it's still a man advantage for Anonymo as they get the bomb planted, and utility comes through to try and lock out the CTs. Illuminar will elect to save, keep these rifles in hand for fear of having to double eco.
Terrorists win.
We do have a quick technical pause, hopefully we'll get resolved as soon as possible. Timeout is resolved. Illuminar Gaming will be forcing up. Scout. The Barbecue goes for a fight but receives a tag in response. Kadzu gets aggressive under the cover of the smoke towards the top and middle. Will find one, but it's a quick trade. Edge, a bit of a lurk play, high risk, such a sketchy play. Does he not know what buy he's up against? Surely he does. High risk plays coming out from Anonymo. 1-for-1 fights across the map, given towards pistols, MP9s. They're now upgraded to rifles. Up. Couple kills from through. Chudi and Nami able to thin the herd, get this bomb over towards the A site and planted. Chudi in a 1v2. Does find one, but Belaney's there to trade a clean triple kill for him. Bit of a throw, I'll be honest, from Anonymo, right? That goes down to a 1 versus 1. But now imagine if you didn't have, I think it was Enzo walking out B solo, Darsheville walking out mid solo through smokes, both of these fights. Imagine if they didn't happen. You'd have a 3 versus 1. Anonymo, the bomb plant does help them invest again there, not reset themselves. But Malavi, dirty Deagle headshot. Does get an opening towards long, but Spavaku can hit the steps as they sprint, barrel up in towards short, looking to try and catch the CT side defense weakened on A. And it is successful to find Kadzu. Enzo going for a lurk play, successful at keeping the attention of Belaney. Will go down, but it's a 2-man advantage still for Anonymo as they secure the A site. Furlan probably not going to fancy going for this retake. Never mind, he does attempt it. It's a couple quick kills. Does have a kit, but Belaney's so far removed from this fight. His steps sprinting in towards long, surely to be heard. Furlan will tap the bomb, hold for the push to come through. A smoke on play. It misses. It gets blocked, doesn't cover the bomb. So Illuminar will throw away their 2 rifles to attempt that clutch, and it's 6 HP away from success. Another technical pause. The money reset once more for Illuminar. Last time it was reset, they had 2 saved weapons to force behind, and Anonymo also gave them so many fights for free. This time, nothing is saved. Their loss bonus reset. Only an extra 1400 per player. They are going to force Belaney. Can squeeze out an M4. Furlan opts for a scout. And 3 Deagles to support. Anonymo look to fight towards long, uncontested by Illuminar. No util to stop them, nothing to slow them down. Anonymo start to charge. Enzo finds the cross with the MAC-10 up on towards the site. Messy spray, but still gets the kill. It's Furlan's HE to open first. 4 versus 4. Sight in the hands of Anonymo. Illuminar creep closer for this retake attempt. Belaney up on towards short, but can't quite land the shots. It's Enzo. Now with the Galil in hand. Searching for more, wanting more and more ecos, more kills to pad his stats. Just leaves PHR. 1v4 just tucked underneath the Xbox holding. See if there's a T to overextend. Anonymo safely save in short. And so Anonymo get the 3rd. Illuminar still on 2 and still on pistols. Oh, aggressive push from PHR. Gets an opening kill. Anonymo set their sights over towards this B bomb site. They execute it perfectly. Just one player to try and attempt to defend it. To no avail. Man advantage. He needs 2-man. Just Kadzu now left. With this saved M4, this scavenged M4 off of Enzo's corpse.
Terrorists win.
So Anonymo up to a 4th. Striking away. Illuminar game is map pick. Again, this is a map that Anonymo have a 6-map loss streak on. It's also the map pick of an Illuminar, their favourite map. Anonymo could take this, give them a whirlwind of confidence. We'll see if Illuminar can go back to the expected programming now that they have the rifles in hand. But the utility fades just like that. 2 smokes left and 1 molly. That's all they have with 1 minute 40 on the clock. It's not enough to block, not enough to play for that time. To let it tick down. To try and burn that resource away from the T's. Once it runs out, that's it. Relatively slow for them. Only just now do they take mid control. Short now also in their hands thanks to Malavi's contact with this AWP. Molly will push him back. Smoke. Molly in towards middle. Try and play and toy with these rotates up on this A site, but it will be a committal from Anonymo. Pouncing now up on towards the B ramp. But Belaney and Spavacu have it held. Belaney finds 2. Spavacu deals with Enzo, meaning he can turn his attention and focus towards the players coming in through middle. A good rotation from Malavi. Tries to give some support coming in through tunnel. But they both fall. Illuminar a successful site hold. Belaney a big double kill. To provide Spavacu that space. Strange play there from Nami, just walking out of smoke dry. Massive gamble, high risk, low reward considering there's 2 players there. Blaney picks up an AK, tucks his way towards the corner. Steps, bait out his fire. Furlan does trade. Boys util to try and block. Lovely off angle, but Judy quick. Kadzu on the rotate, caught. Man advantage now for Anonymo. They planted this bomb towards B, and Enzo can just cut down the rotates. PHR, no choice but to save. One saved AK for Illuminar. Let's see what they can do with this weapon. Currently taking it towards long. Malavi sits in the flames, scorches his feet, waiting for that swing to come through. But Illuminar, composed and patient, wait for the smoke to bloom. Mid control now in their hands. Anonymo also walk up towards short. Nuke smoke thrown from Enzo. Blows it open. See if he can find a player positioning behind it. Just applying a bit of pressure. Barbecue spots the push. Anonymo, they pounce up towards short, find the right timing to wide swing. Deal with a solo player with a USP holding the site. Illuminar this entire time were gambling with that AK towards long. Just having it sat there waiting for a long pop. As time ticked down, the likelihood of Anonymo taking long dwindled and dwindled, but they remained holding. Couple kills do come through. Anonymo only survived with 2, so it's not profitable for them. Illuminar doing a decent amount of damage to Anonymo overextending, but I mean, Illuminar had no chance of winning the round whatsoever. Tactical pause for Anonymo. Realising they're in a very good position right now with a heavy lead. On the T side of Dust 2. Their opponent's map pick. In control of the economy. But only just. Anonymo secure long control. Illuminar not fighting for it, instead playing double towards short. It's just Barbecue watching with the AWP, but for a bit of a wide swing. Missed Molly. Went down towards Cart. Illuminar setting up to see if they can crunch middle here. 2 towards short. Berlin ready towards the doors. Does spot the heads of a couple, but only lands one thing. Finished off by PHR, but he's quickly traded. Man advantage for Anonymous. Barbecue caught out in the open. Malavi had him pinned with the AWP that entire time. This leaves Belaney. 1 versus 4. I mentioned the carry performance, or the heavy impact performance from Belaney throughout this tournament, at least throughout the playoffs for Illuminar. And he is at the top of the scoreboard right now for Illuminar. In fact, the second highest frag on the entire server. But he's being put as the B anchor. The easiest position to avoid if you're Anonymo. They can just continue to work the rest of the map, knowing that Belaney won't be a problem as long as they don't go B. So again, Another saved rifle for the CTs. Another eco around it. This time, instead of PHR, it's in the hands of Belaney again, impact player, but how do they get it activated? Oh, disgusting Malawi. What a shot. Catch Furlan through the doors on the cross. Up to 11 kills. This player who's, I believe, a stand-in for Anonymo. Finding so much impact, and with that kill, with that information on the cross, Illuminar have the B site. Or rather, Anonymo have the B site. Anonymo spotted. Not a single player crossed, other than the one of Furlan. And died in the process. And Anonymo even getting so confident, so cocky enough to go for these hunting. Enzo. He needs to push through the flames in towards top mid. But Malawi wants a piece of the action. Beats Belaney with this M4. Anonymo up to an 8th. I mean, last round of the half, Illuminar could have gone for that. Belaney could have gone on 4. Although, to be fair, by saving, it means he can afford the AWP to go on Spavacute. Yeah, worth the save. To get a sniper rifle out to see if they can try and challenge Malawi. But look at this buy from Anonymo. 3 AWPs in T spawn, and Spavacute, just as he gets a sniper rifle out, dropped over by Belaney. It's down on the floor. Good aggression from Furlan. Sees that there's 3 AWPs, a firing squad, an execution squad at the top and middle. That means at most 2 players towards tunnels, and that's not likely. Likely to have 1 player towards long. So he finds a 1 versus 1, gets a lot of information to boot. So 4 versus 4, Anonymo take long control, but Illuminar have all that information. They know this positioning. Molly will come to try and flush PHR out. Should be safe to sit the same spot. Molly comes in, this time deeper, but timing means PHR peeks up, catches Enzo with util in hand, and gets away. Escapes to boot. Belaney now with a picked up AWP. As mentioned before, previously Anonymo could just avoid Belaney. But now with all this information, Belaney can get involved on the A site. 2 versus 2 as the trades ensue. Look at this full-on rotation from Darsheville Nami. Left to lurk, he's going to be creeping in towards CT. He's found such amazing space right now. Going to be listening for the steps to try and cut out the rotations. Darsheville secures the plant on the B bomb site. Steps should be heard for Nami. Will catch Furlan, pivots around, still doing damage, and even lands the headshot on Kadzu. A 9-3 half. And this is an Anonymo with a stand-in on a map that they have a 6-map loss streak on their opponent's map pick, on their opponent's favourite map. 9-3. Illuminar failing to show up beyond Belaney. But Belaney locked in, bound to that B-bomb site. In a position where he can't have the impact he needs. It's going to need to be one heck of a D-side from Illuminar. So Anonymo just 4 rounds away from stealing this map away. And closing out in style with 3 AWPs in T-spawn. Both teams now ready. What do Illuminar have in store? An extended break at the half-time, discussing, resetting, making sure they can set themselves up as best as possible for a potential comeback. Furlan, smoke and a molly. 4 kits, or 4 sets of Kevlar, sorry, on the rest. On Anonymo, we've got a plethora of utility. Smoke, HE, 2 flashes. Julie's dropped over to Nami. In fact, Julie's brought up by Nami. He's got no Kevlar behind them. Bit of a spam from Enzo. Bit of damage done to Furlan on low HP. No Kevlar. Judy spots the players on short and falls back. Ooh, just about gets around the corner. Fires off a couple of shots. Beautiful tap. The flash comes in from Dashville to support. And the firing squad is there. It's an absolute slaughter on short. PHR in a 1 versus 5, but quickly traded. Anonymo onto double digits. Illuminar, a bit of a damp squib of an A-site hit. Utility not there, just walking out, trying to swarm, but there's too many Illuminar players there, considering how early the information Illuminar had gathered. Illuminar going to choose to go for an eco. This is going to allow Anonymo up to an 11th as long as they don't fumble this round. Good HE, softens PHR up heavily. It's a 5-man stack for Illuminar outside long. Flash from Bellany allows them out in towards mid. Again, they're similar to the pistol round. Sprinting up towards short. Judy about to be met with heavy resistance. Dashville at range goes for a wild spray on the MP9, and Judy completely overwhelmed. It will be a 2-man advantage for Illuminar as they get the bomb planted, and M4 also picked up, but I don't know why Furlan's using that. He's on 34 HP. Drop that over to one of your teammates, please. Swing comes through. Enzo at range goes for the taps, and Malavi looks to try and clean house towards long, but picked off by the Deagle at range. It's Nami now in a 1 versus 2 and domed by PHR. Illuminar on pistol successfully take the A site. Anonymo, a really messy hold there. Like, what is Dashville thinking? Going for a spray with an MP9 at that range on a headshot angle, no less? Judy panicking, failing to control the fights. Up on the ramp, accidentally peeking his head over the top into 5 players. Tags traded by the snipers in middle. Flashing towards lower, but Nami with a Deagle finds the first. Traded by the Flames. Barbecue holds for the push. In fact, the pushes are coming out left, right, and centre. And Anonymo going to be giving this round away. I don't know. Anonymo kind of treated that round like it was an eco rather than a force. That's a force. You're investing. You're going all in on that round. Financially. If you're going all in financially, go all in mentally as well. Because they seemed half checked out of that round. They were like, we're pistols. Might as well just go for some fights. See if we can find some timing, see if we can get lucky. There was no real actual coordination. If you're going all in, then go all in every aspect, not just financially. Spavacue, look at that info. Spot them all crossing. Pass that info across to his teammates. Furlan even seeing if he can get GKG off. Doesn't land deep enough. B site will be stacked. Illuminar should have an empty A bomb site. Furlan makes his way towards suicide to try and cut off these rotations. But I think Illuminar might, or Anonymo, sorry, might try and hunt him down. Right, comes in towards mid, dinked. Does find 2 kills. Very calm and composed with the bursts, not committing to the sprays. He'll collect a quad kill. Anonymo failing to dispatch him. There we go. Anti-eco ace for Furlan. Third round investment, or rather fourth round investment for Anonymo. Never mind, it's fifth round, I just realised. Anonymo won the pistol. It's going to be a B-site execution for Illuminar. Enzo, good for a double. There's no trade to come through. That was his last kill. So man advantage, a minute 25 on the clock. PHR escorts this bomb back through T-spawn, but Anonymo ready to be proactive. It's a 3-man push in middle. Clearing out tunnels. Once that's clear, the rotation can come through to this A site. Should still beat Illuminar, who've slowed right down, shifting to a snail's pace. We'll creep up towards long. Enzo peeks at the timing. Kadzu swings, catches Chudy, who's loud in his rotation, noisy through CT spawn. Puts into the 3 versus 3s and equalising kill. Enzo up on the boost. Enough of a distraction for Darshville to activate. The bomb still safely planted. Enzo tries his best to jump and kill Spavacue, but Orc punishes. A wild spray. Malavi, that's disgusting. Oh, that was an awful spray. Darshville closes it out with the clutch. A triple piece for him. Anonymo do eventually collect that 11th. But not after allowing Illuminar to get 3 in a row off the back of a pistol round win. I say pistol round, an eco round win. But that's scrappy there for Anonymo. Sloppy even. Chudy rotating loud, making so much noise. And towards CT, Kadzu goes for the pre-fire. Anonymo don't have the health to trade. Sloppy spray from Malavi. At least this time he's got the AWP in hand. Okay, that's Arteville. Tucked out the air by Kadzu. Beautiful openings, make it twofold. Chudy. Risky play, pushing through the smoke. And the boost is perfect to deal with Malavi. Spavacue holds Enzo's rotation. It's just Nami. 1 versus 5. At least isolate 1, but at that range, the MP9 won't be able to deal with Furlan. So Illuminar closing the distance here. And at Anonymo, their round win was not clean at all. So losing the last means breaking point for their bank. Going for a bit of mid rush, but they fight through the flames, through the HE of Mulaney. Just leaves Nami 1v5. Bit of a range Molotov there. Either way, Illuminar on 8. This is not looking good for Anonymo. They had such a good opportunity to close out this game, winning the pistol, getting themselves into a 10-3 scoreline, but then losing to Glocks. Since then, it's been economic troubles, but when it hasn't been, it's been sloppy. Enzo, aggressive, fighting him towards mid, looking to take the fights on his terms, and missed smoke. Very badly missed. Fortunately for him, there's no one to hold the gap. Instead, Illuminar have accelerated up towards long control again. Darshfield drops towards elevator. A bit of a spam. Give his location away, but PHR's made his way all the way up to the site. And Molly will flush out Chudy towards the crosshair. Opening pick. Make that 2. Anonymo should just save again. 3 versus 5. Don't even bother sticking around for exits. Yeah, why? Why, Enzo? Why? What's the point? What is the point? Look at Illuminar's cash. They are flowing right now. Compared to your own. Enzo, why have you just done that? You would have saved with 3 weapons, still been able to buy. Nami and Malavi could drop. But instead, this might be an eco. With an AWP and an M4. Simply because of that one decision from Enzo. That one choice from Enzo. No. Anonymo will still invest. But there's still a compromise. It's an MP9 and we've already established quite clearly that Darshville not quite so comfortable with the MP9. And they brawl towards long and I eat my words. He gets a wide swing running gun kill. Using that MP9 to its strengths. Might even be able to upgrade to the AK if it can be dropped over. There you go. Smoking towards middle. Malavi rotates in. Long control secured. They're going to overload towards B side. Shoulder spotted. Missed shot from Malavi. Goes on to that repeat, but goes on to 4 HP. But look at this push from Mulaney. Catches Nami. Mulaney's just going to secure this A site. His teammates come through to follow him. Oh, Judy going for a play, which is so unnecessary. Darshville next up to go for a solo play. Eventually will tap down Kadzu, but not before Illuminar can set themselves up for a trade. This is so sloppy from Anonymo. It's just so many solo fights. There's no discipline amongst their ranks. You've got yourself a man advantage. A 5 versus 4. And Nami is just rotating around, allowed in towards CT. Makes himself so vulnerable to that peek from Mulaney. waving a big flag saying, hey, Blaney, I'm here. I'm out in the open. I'm rotating. Yes, you can make the argument he dropped that incendiary. But that's a CT incendiary. They are so awful, the CT incendiaries. There's probably a 50% chance that there's going to be a massive gap for Blaney to walk through. And indeed, there was. 4 versus 4. Okay, you've still got a 4 versus 4. You can play retake towards the A site. You've still got Dashville who has long control. Nope, Chudy pushes in towards CT, takes a solo fight. In fact, no, takes a 1 versus 3 fight up on towards the site and goes down. Dashville then gives up long control to try and go for another play. But here we go. Let's see if Anonymo can finally lay down the law. They fight heavy for long with 4 players again. But this time it's a 2-man opening. Let's see what they do to throw disadvantage. Well, there's the first. Dashville runs across middle with knife out. Enzo now alone on the B site. Nami chooses not to rotate over. Gambles towards A. Hopes that Enzo can hold B on his own. Molly comes through towards the back plat. This is a beautiful off angle. We'll at least spot the info of one player. "30 seconds. Anonymo trying their hardest not to throw this away. 23. They're going to be accelerating up towards that A site. Anonymo haven't budged. Smoke deployed to mask the cross, but Furlan peeks beforehand. Time ticking down. Malavi picks off all 3 on that AWP, putting himself up to 20 kills. And Anonymo reach map point. Again, Illuminar still plenty of cash in the bank. Fortunately for Anonymo, it's a relatively clean round. They save at least 4 of their weapons. Harvey been a real difference maker this game, so they're going to see if they can get him involved with that boost towards short, but they decide to fall off. Dashville falls back off the short. Might incentivize this play to come through, but flash is too good, and Malavi misses the shot. Judy can't capitalise. Caught by the flash, not playing anti. So an opening kill for Illuminar. Util now deployed towards short and mid. It puts Anonymo in such a sticky spot. Nami comes through towards the doors. A beautiful double spray down. Malavi gets one through the smoke, but Nami's dealt with. Illuminar control the map. As we go into round 24, it's overtime or bust for Illuminar Gaming. Anonymo had such an advantage coming into this half. 10-3 this scoreline was. They need to finish this now, or I fear it will immediately slip away. Double AWPs. Go for openings. Bit of a firing squad, but no dice. Bit of a missed door. Smoke has the gap over the top. Information play from Enzo clears out tunnels. Just about gets in towards upper. Before Illuminar get towards the bottom of middle, and Malavi over the top of the smoke does for that missed smoke. And Judy, what the... What? What? What sort of site defense was that from Anonymo? You've not got short, you've not got long, so you're holding from the site? What's the decision making? And now they've just gifted Illuminar the site. And Blaney in such a good spot to hold for the rotate. Catches long, 3 versus 3. Util deployed on towards short. This is getting scrappy. But Darshville whips out the USP. While low HP is finished off, it's Malavi in the 1 versus 2. But Furlan, you can smell him through the smoke. Quick shot from Malavi, but Blaney trades overtime. A round absolutely thrown from Anonymo. You've got the A site. You've got a man advantage. But you've not got long. You've not got short. This is simple, fundamental Counter-Strike, which someone should learn before they're even level 10 about Dust 2. Is that to hold that A site, you must have either long or short control. But no, Trudy decides to sit on the site, completely ignoring short, hiding from long. Complete ignorance on the site. Anonymo have tried their hardest to throw this game, and it's gone to overtime. They've allowed Illuminar into this map. 10-3 was the scoreline. And then they lost to Glocks. They lost man advantages. I mean, even the first half could have been much more one-sided. It could have been a 10-2 half. Maybe even 11-1 if Anonymo didn't walk out solo against pistols. This is some incredibly sloppy Counter-Strike from Anonymo. At least now they're going to get an opening. Enzo catches Barbecue. Malavi. Perfect spot for that walk to catch Blaney, the heavy hitter, on the other side. No longer in play. Great setup here towards long. Does Nami play the time, or does he break? He breaks first, breaks too early. Panics with Util in hand, but he eventually does line up too. In fact, he gets the triple. It gets sketchy there. You had a perfect crossfire. Nami tries to break so early. Could have thrown away the round, but no. He's still able to get that triple. In overtime, it's first to 16 rounds, 3 rounds per half. Much slower round now for Illuminar. Making their way in towards mid control. Anonymo heavy towards this A site. With 3 players just trusting Enzo to lock down tunnels. The lurk smoke will blind him. Tries to peek over the top of the smoke. Spots them. But the jump spot is his undoing. Immediately domed. That means that Anonymo can now focus, or rather Illuminar, sorry, can focus their full attention on locking out these rotating players, knowing the site already cleared. Here in overtime, there's no reason for Anonymo to save plenty of cash for the rest of this half. They might as well go for it. Nami just desperately spamming through that smoke. See if any Illuminar players are foolish enough to stand in front of it. We'll find Furlan. Goes for the wide swing, but dealt with. The trades are coming through, but there we go. 3 survive. Illuminar tied up again. do have the double AWP back out, Endo and Malavi. Malavi taking matters into his own hands, but pinned. Spavicu reads the push. Setting up for a late long take, but that's information traded across. Now with the opening pick and also the info, knowing that they're spotted. Illuminar, hold the brakes. In doing so, Enzo finds Spavicu. The Illuminar now setting themselves up for this A site split. 2 from long, 2 from short. They pounce. A couple kills come through. It's now Anonymo with the advantage. 3 versus 2, but Chudy, no. Chudy doesn't expect a second player. Bomb to be planted. 2 versus 2. Dashville at least distracts Kadzu, gets him off the bomb. Molly to prevent the jump up. They accelerate up towards short. Information passed across. P250 in hand. Kadzu pops his head up and Illuminar will take a lead. 14-13 in overtime. Just 2 rounds away now. But it needs to be clean for Anonymo. It needs to be 3 in a row. At the very least, they need 2 to get overtime. Anonymo have tried so diligently in that first half, but some incredibly sloppy counter-strike. Illuminar potentially about to be gifted their map by Anonymo. Wide smoke towards long. Illuminar take control. It's a 2-1-2 split for them. Kadzu responsible for middle. Enzo low. Spotted. The gap in the doors. Kadzu strikes. It's a messy spray. Just about survives. And Spavicu comes in to bail him out. His saviour. Now they start to accelerate over towards B. Belaney holding a lovely off angle. Waiting for this swing to come through. And there we go. Catches Nami. Now drops a smoke to play time. That is guaranteed that advantage. Got his kill. Now was dancing around through this smoke. Still doing damage off the back of these flashes. Here's Malavi. In a 1 versus 4. Belaney runs out of bullets. Swaps the pistol and finishes him off. Illuminar now up onto map point. Well in the driver's seat here. Anonymo creep up towards short, but Spavicu blows open the smoke, catches Malavi. That's the high impact player, the only real danger man that Anonymo have. Taken down, but they're at least able to find the entry on towards the site. Kadzu, it's a messy spray, but kills him and converts a second. Army holds the rotations. Enzo peeks up on towards the site and finds two. It's now just Furlan. 1 versus 2. Bomb to be planted towards short. Furlan accelerates. He's not being quiet. He's being loud. HE will soften up Enzo, but Nami holds the cross. A 2 versus 4 won by Anonymo. HE allow Illuminar to cross towards the B site under the cover. Beautiful flash, PHR and opening. Enzo shut down. Man advantage for Illuminar, and Anonymo gonna have to work from the back foot again, and they're still in T-spawn. 1 minute 20, still in T-spawn. Only just now they start to rotate around. Taking their sights over towards B, but again, established this in the first half. This is where Belaney plays. The strongest player, perhaps on the server, at least right now. Holds an off angle and a proper shot. The off angle nowhere near as fruitful as he thought. He's firm to try and defend the site, but it's messy spray. Fortunately, Katu's coming in on this rotation. Flash deployed, lots of damage done. Into the 3-on-3. The HE, quite enough to finish it. Second HE going to come through. Just narrowly missed their marks. Full 3v3 retake for all the marbles. Boost. See above the crack in the doors, but the smoke replenished. Will block the vision. Anti-flash, a walk through. Katsu falls. This is a beautiful sight hold, and that's it. Overtime again. When Belaney was called upon, he does not succeed. Trying to hold an off angle towards the doors, but it's not as good an angle as his first thought. Anonymo gifted another chance to try and close out, to go again in overtime once more. Late fight towards long. Barbecue with the AWP. Posted up. The HE is blowing open the smoke constantly. Does reveal Malavi to PHR. Barbecue with the AWP will get another, but Furlan overextends. Lots of damage done to Enzo and Trudy. And okay, Nami, nice. Just jumping behind the Molotov, nice out. Enzo could have picked up AWP, but it's barbecue. Pins him to the floor. Just Trudy left, then a spam comes through, well timed on low HP. It's a high risk play. Illuminar secure 16. OT2. It's first and 19. It's the magic number we're searching for. Anonymo again look to fight towards long. PHR, the lone defender, falls all the way back. Enzo moves in towards middle to try and apply a bit of pressure. Get information to see if Illuminar are pushing, reacting by taking mid control. But no, off of the back of that information, Anonymo tried to walk through this long smoke. Kept underneath. Barbecue spots them. They're just falling down by the wayside, one by one by one. No trades to come through from Anonymo. Barbecue still posting with this AWP. Needs to make sure he doesn't expose himself to Malawi, who's waiting for that exact peak. PHR instead. Way towards the car. And there you go. It's a clean round from Illuminar. Will it be a clean half? The rest of the Illuminar players now stepping up to join Belaney in the fragging department. Creeping towards Xbox. Jump up spotted, but it's only the tag from Barbecue. Incendiary dropped to keep the T's at bay. Wide swing comes out towards mid, but Kadzu tries running and gunning. Sure what the thought process was there with the M4A1S. Perhaps he could get away with that, but not an AK. Burden spots the players out towards mid. Finds both of them. Belaney to defend the site. Anonymo try their best to split, but it's so sloppy. It's so limp-wristed of an attack. Malawi, 1 versus 3. Been trying his best to drag Anonymo kicking and screaming through these rounds. Will go for the pre-fire, but that's when the swing comes through. It's a clean half for Illuminar now. Warming up into this map. It has to be flawless from Anonymo. Just one round is all Illuminar need. Illuminar. Now on that T side. And it looked so much more formidable. On the CT side where Anonymo looked so much weaker. Where their flaws were so more easily exposed. Oh, beautiful HE. Util traded, Nami softened up. Ready Anonymo. Accidentally threw 2 smokes towards mid. They've used 4 of them. It's just the smoke on Malawi left. With 1 minute 30 on the clock. Util just being burnt away by Anonymo. There you go, another incendiary used. 2 more incendiaries left sooner or later. Anonymo will have nothing left for retake. And nothing left to hold either. Smokes deployed. Towards short and CT. And Furlan drops down. to watch, but what a whiff from Darsheville. Anticipates the push. In fact, Furlan doubles up, takes down Enzo 2, leaving Nami isolated on this site. Fortunately for him, Malavi's doing his best job to pick off some of these players. Blaney circles around the smoke, realises, could figure out an army tucked inside, and PHR has it held. 4 versus 2. Have to go for this. The HE softens up Spavacue. Drops down, doesn't want to give them an opening, doesn't want to give them a passageway in towards this B site. The doors on the window, this is their defensive point, where they choose to hold the site from, but Chudy forces his way through. Malavi will at least catch Spavacue overextending. 15 seconds left, Kit in a smoke, but there's not enough time for him to get all of these kills. Such low HP, he'll be finished off, and Illuminar will steal away Dust 2. Anonymo, they were 10-3 up. 10-3. On their opponent's map pick, on a map which they have a heavy win streak, loss streak on. Yeah, that was some of the worst Counter-Strike of Dust 2 I've ever seen in that second half from Anonymo. They throw that map away. And we will be moving on to their map pick next, but they could have finished this in 2-0. They could have been like, yes, we've taken your map pick. We'll go on to Ancient, which is now ours, filled with confidence, filled with energy. But instead, they're going to be filled with dread as we go into a quick break whilst we wait for the next map. Well, welcome back to United21 Season 23. In the middle of this lower bracket final, a Polish derby between Illuminar Gaming and Anonymo. Illuminar managed to take their map pick in double overtime of Dust 2, but kind of helped out by a bit of a throw from Anonymo after being 10-3 up. Ending up losing that map, but we'll move over to Anonymo's map pick now. A chance to redeem themselves. Now we're going to be creeping over towards the A site after a 1-3-1 split here on Ancient. Illuminar currently leaning towards this site rather heavily. Laney tucked in towards Brokey. Will tap a couple. Finds Malavi. Malavi, the standout player for Anonymo on Dust 2. But panic rotation comes in from Anonymo. They charge over towards the B bomb site, realising that the jig was up, and Enzo, hello, 2 quick kills. And the double peek comes through off the back of the bomb plant tap, leaving Delaney in a 1 versus 3, but it's messy with the USP, can't quite land the shots. So Anonymo do start with the pistol round, a quad kill from Enzo. Again, I'll reiterate, Anonymo, it was Malavi dragging them kicking and screaming into a competitive scoreline. The rest of the players were undisciplined. It was mistake after mistake, caught off guard, out of position, giving themselves up, losing fights they otherwise didn't even need to take. On their map pick, maybe they'll have a deeper playbook to fall back upon. Now, Malavi will just search towards middle, see if there's an eco stack, of which they're willing, towards Donut, and he'll collect 2. Oh, Dashville. That's down 2. HE finishes off Delaney. A 2-0 start, but Illuminar now have the rifles. A 3rd round investment for them. Noticeably weak on incendiaries, just the 1 for Delaney. Means contesting for that lane or for mid control is going to be quite difficult. As you can see, Illuminar not going to be contesting for mid. They'll do a 2-3 split, which is a decent split considering. Be a fast A site execution. What's the fake of that? And pressure over towards A main, but in the meantime to creep in towards middle. Kadzu pushes his way through the smoke. They find Darsheville. Judy cancels, falls back, waits for his teammates to get in position behind this donut smoke. HG, smoke fades, BBQ at least spots 1 out. Kadzu the same, but overwhelmed. Fortunately, PHR is there in position to stop the overextension. So bomb planted, man advantage for Illuminar. Anonymo need to find another player, need to find an extremity to hold from the molly. Well timed in towards Brokey, stops the push out of Temple. That push would have been the undoing for Anonymo, but instead they're granted a reprieve of 7 seconds, but the swing comes through from SpavQ, leaving Enzo in a 1 versus 3, now smoked off. Will isolate 2 players, taps the head. Delaney now in the 1 versus 1, and Enzo pushes his way through. Another quad kill for him. A 1 versus 3 clutch. Gets Anonymo their 3rd round on the board. Illuminar. Such a well-played round up until that point. You have the 2-3 split. It's perfect considering your utility, meaning you're not in a viable spot to do everything else. First gun round as well, you anticipate a heavy A play from Anonymo. You get the man advantage, you successfully retake, but you rush the bomb defusal. And now Anonymo will rush the B bomb site. Looking to storm over their opponents. clean 4-0 start. Off the back of some heroics from the Anonymo side. Illuminar now they invest, and this time they're not lacking utility, nor are they lacking an AWP on Spavacute. Much slower round here. Anonymo just waiting to see what Illuminar decide to play. At the moment, it's another passive 1-1-3. Barbecue with the AWP posted up in towards cave. Very passive for Illuminar. In the pre-game I did mention these two teams have faced a lot in the last 3 months, but every time Ancient came up, Anonymo did close it out. But only one of them was it ever a concise victory. It's always overtime. Outside of that. Nade stack in towards red room. They go too deep and Kadzu actually gets the kill. And Furlan, an aggressive play down in towards the slope, up towards bucket, dinked off. The HG will finish him off, but Belaney will be there to find a trade at least to maintain that man advantage. Push comes through at the top of the site, but they're met with a firing squad. Decimation on the slope. Illuminar get their first gun round, and it's a relatively clean one, relatively concise. Good util in towards mid, denies Malavi the opening attempt. Taking his AWP in towards middle, fully blinded, has to be forced back. Illuminar re-clear middle, get that information that no one is present. Allows Kadzu to come back over towards B and play the site with 3. Anonymo set themselves up for an execution. Molotov forces Furlan out of position, can no longer play for cave control. Smoke comes down on the top of the slope, gives him safe space, but exposed to Darshville. In fact, Furlan almost turns around and still gets the kill, but bomb planted. Laney tucked in this short smoke. Does Nami anticipate this? A re-smoke towards long. Flash comes through. Belaney spotted. Nami wins the fight. The Illuminar gaming players fall 1 by 1, but Kadzu and Spavacube put up a fight. But into the 2 versus 2. Bomb still ticking. There are kits in play, but they're going to force their way through the smoke. Enzo still dancing on the site. Spots the head and oh, Spavacube domes him. Such little time left to get on this bomb. It's Malavi to seal the deal. Kadzu won't be able to get away. Will go down with the bomb. So Anonymo respond with a 5th. But not only that, they wipe out every Illuminar gaming player off the board. Tactical pause now for Illuminar. Realising that this scoreline is telling quite a one-sided affair. Unless they need to do something about that. Make some sort of adjustment. That last round, Furlan completely isolated on that B side as the smokes came through. No teammates there to support him. His teammates locked behind the smokes, having to play retake. past you towards A, lined up. Making somewhat of a rush. Barbecue scoped up. Quick shot on towards Darshville. An opening kill. An opening man advantage. Make it 2 as Kadzu spams down through. But Nami in place, a consolation. An insurance policy. He will find Belaney, but Furlan is there to trade. The rotation hadn't been pulled as far as they'd hoped. And Enzo is there to trade that death. Keeps it at a 2 versus 2. Coming through. Quick shot from Spavacu. Enzo walks through into his crosshair. Even Judy. 1 versus 2. Rotation spotted. PHR has the info. Bomb tapped. Look at this, Judy knows. Time ticking, no kit in play. Spavacu has to hurry, clear out this corner. But a beautiful headshot. Judy, another clutch scenario going Anonymo's way. It's so scrappy, it's so back and forth. They lose 2 players towards A. They fail to pull out that rotation. But the contact with just 2 players up on towards that B site is successful. Sets up Judy for the clutch. Bank broken again for Anonymo. Or for Illuminar, sorry. Time and a half investment, 2 MP9s. 2 5.7s and a Deagle. And the first MP9. Fails to land its mark. Well, there we go. There's one. Fern through the smoke on towards Enzo. Even jumps through to pick up the AK. Unpunished. Blaney tries to activate on the site, but it's scrappy spray. Furlan now with the AK again. It's wild sprays, not clean headshots. A man advantage for Anonymo. Illuminar may attempt this retake, so we'll see if they can find some rifles at the very least. Barbecue early up the slope. No, not exposed. Judy has it held. PHR should be able to save his Kevlar at the very least. And an MP9. Almost certainly would have preferred an AK. Larvae, another opening attempt in towards middle. Eats a HE and is traded. But a 1-for-1. Anonymo going to be happy with that one as they accelerate burst up on towards this A site where Spavacu walks through the smoke on B. Okay, man advantage for Anonymo. They get the bomb planted. Enzo turns away from the smoke. I don't know why. But nevertheless, Nami flashes Darshville through the smoke to catch Belaney. Furlan coming on his flank, suddenly finds 2, finds the headshot on Nami, a wallbang on towards Shudi through the bucket. 1 versus 2 now for Darshville, tucked towards the cave, the bomb not planted for him. Furlan is just going to stick it. And there you go. Illuminar somehow retrieve a round. A couple fumbles there from Anonymo. Enzo turning away from a smoke. Nami losing a 1 versus 1. Judy going for a post plant in a wall bangable spot. And Darshville securing cave control when the bomb's not even planted for cave. So Illuminar do get their second on the board, and it's actually made Anonymo's economy look quite weak. The 2 8Ks with no utility. A Galil as well, and a Mac 10. Illuminar themselves have a compromise in the form of a Famus, but no compromise on that kill. Furlan straight to the head of Nami, going for a bit of a wallbang. Beautiful entry from Enzo in towards the boost. Barbecue lands a leg shot, but oh, Enzo, jumping kill over the top of the big box, lands the headshot. That is disgusting. Everything is going Enzo's way this map. He's searching for more as Furlan rushes through, but oh, revenge. Furlan a jumping kill on towards Enzo. But Furlan now in a 1 versus 2. Time ticking. Has kit. The wide swing comes through. Anonymo on the double peak. Will secure the round. But what are the jumping kills, man? Barbecue lands a leg shot. Gets in towards Temple. But Enzo literally jumps over the big box. Round 11, Anonymo walking away with this scoreline right now, an 8-2 half. Illuminar going to be forcing up 2 rounds left in the half. They're going to be buying MP9s, but the flashes are great to allow Chudy the opening kill. It's traded. But again, Anonymo, just contact up on this B site. Find the timing, find the space, but Spavacue, that's the bomb. Oh dear, Anonymo. Why, if you're going for a contact up the ramp, is the bomb on the A side of the map? Spavacue just tucks in an off angle. We'll line up one. PHR comes in to swing on the second Darkfield now in a 1 versus 4. Jumping out of heaven into Kadzu's awaiting arms. Illuminar collect a third with NP9s and a man disadvantage. And look what it's done to the economy of Anonymo. 2 Deagles, 1 Tech 9, 3 pistols, 1 rifle, 1 SMG. And just 2 grenades. Smoke and a flash, a third if you include the one that was already thrown from spawn. Util already faded, it's going to be full contact. In towards the middle, but Kadzu, you can't land the shots. HR now under pressure towards the big box, but will make light work. Stenzo left. It's a clean up there for Illuminar. An 8-4 half. Now this has looked one-sided for Anonymo. 8-4 as we mentioned, but let's not forget, Dust 2, they were 10-3 up. And ended up losing that map. Ten 3. And it was Anonymo's CT side that let them down. And you'll never guess which side they're moving on to now. Illuminar. This pistol round, 3 sets of Kevlar, sorry. 2 smokes, Molotov. B-site execution. Smokes towards long and short. Smokes down early, waiting to see if there's a response. They'll then make their way on towards the site. Rush this bomb plant down. They're then going to fall back away from the site, retake towards cave. With mollies in place for the post plant. Furlan can try and stop a defuse, but Nami has a smoke. A perfect counter to this exact play. A smoke towards the bomb, but oh, the smoke's gone towards Cave and it's missed. Still another smoke in play. Dropped on the towards the bomb. Enzo's going to stick it. A full defuse to come through. Oh, it's denied. Kadzu eventually denies it. Knives in the smoke. Kadzu will completely stop and deny the defuse. Beautiful recovery there from Illuminar. The round plan was simply get the bomb planted, use the Molotovs to deny any defuse attempts. The Molotovs that can be thrown from behind the B door to land on the B site. Anonymo bring the only counter, which is that smoke. But Illuminar can counter that with a Kadzu and a knife. Plenty of cash in his bank, and he's looking to farm some more. Not foregoing a rifle, going straight for the MAC-10, aggressive in towards middle. It's a force buy from Anonymo, MP9s and Kevlar. Judy reveals his. Kadzu's exposed through the smoke. But a 4v4. Map control. The hands of Illuminar. They have middle. Smoke's now towards long and short. Molly on the site. Not be able to clear this. PHR to pick up the bomb. Oh, but Judy pulls the trigger way too soon at the bottom of elbow. The information passed across. The smokes will fade soon. Need to get this bomb plant, and as it's tapped, that's exactly when Anonymo strike. They force their way through. Nami eventually dealt with, unfortunately. Anonymo, or rather Illuminar, consolidate their firepower in towards the cave. And the health is oh so low on Illuminar. But they survive with 3 players. It's scrappy on both sides. That's the nature of a round where you have 8 SMGs in play. Now Anonymo must eco. Couple upgraded pistols off the back of the MP9 kill bonuses from the last round. Darsheville and Judy. A HE on Enzo. And stacking that A-bomb site. Deep molly. Allows Illuminar to clear out cave. Make sure there's no players hiding in those close corners. Take the site. Anonymo ready to force their way through. A HE to take the contact point, but the smokes are held. And it's a slaughter. One single kill. That's Trudy with the deagle. Illuminar. Secure 7. But here comes the investment for Anonymo. It's not all too bad. Bear in mind it is a 4th round buy. 4 M4s. Even the AWP up on Malawi. Fabricate to go for an opening attempt. Flick shot misses. The HEs. A little bit too overwhelming. Oh, and Malawi gets an opening as well. Belaney jump spotting at the bottom of the slope. So 2-man disadvantage. And Anonymo fall all the way back. Happy to play retake. Playing on the back lines on B with 3. A site. Previously a 2-man setup in Donut. Malavi. Headshot decapitates Furlan. Even lands a tag on towards Katsu. Still alive, still kicking. 15 seconds left. The Illuminar will save. They'll live to fight another day. So Anonymo get their first CT round on the board.
Counter-terrorists win.
Still another full buy from both sides. Spaviq another AWP. Another opportunity to attempt an opening pick. Going to be playing supportive this time. Holding. The push on the slope. Anonymo for go mid control. Army just jump spotting. Cave entrance. Make it hard for him to be pre-fired. On the jiggle. Lane second. Beautiful flashbang. Shouldn't blind him as he swings. Be able to clear cave control. Gets himself tucked, playing anti-flash. Oh, beautiful molly there. And straight in that cubby. Furlan flushed out. But Na'Vi, quick couple kills come through. Dashville to try and hold from long, and missed long smoke lands above his head, and he's rewarded with 2. Quick from Spaviq will be finished off by PHR. Searching for Dashville, knows he's just on a USP. Finishes him off before he has an opportunity to reload. Enzo rotating in. Oh, but he... Oh, Illuminar. They plant for Enzo, who just walks into CT, catches them both not looking. One with bomb in the hand, the other back turned. And Anonymo will find double digits, and most importantly, they'll break the bank of Illuminar. Not going to stop Illuminar fighting. They'll go for a force. Retech 9s, Mac 10, and singular AK. They're going for a bit of a contact in towards A main, but Anonymo have a trap set lying in wait, but it's immediately broken apart. Quick flick from Malavi to trade Trudy's death. And quick pivot from PHR to trade Enzo's flank. 3 versus 3. Anonymo going to be happy with a 2 for 2 trade. Or rather, Illuminar will. Anonymo, not so much. Anonymo have to spread themselves thin. Less players to cover the same amount of ground. Whereas Illuminar, they don't have to cover any ground at all. They can consolidate all their forces into one unit, should they so desire. Smoke towards short, molly towards long. Illuminar should successfully be able to get this site. Army plenty of utility to try and damage or deny a bomb plant. HE's come through and they seriously soften up these players. Flash fully blinds Darsheville. Sets up the trade. Now just Belaney in a 1 versus 2. He'll creep out in towards short, hearing the steps. If he goes on a full flank, he might even be able to pick up a rifle. Bomb not planted for him. 6 bullets. Or rather 8, sorry. Has to be precise. Bomb tap. Catches the first. Time ticking. Swaps to the Tech 9. Nami will now defuse in cover. Not exposed to Belaney. A full stick. A little bit of a blunder there from Belaney. Needed to secure either the double kill or play that 1v1 with a little bit more aggressiveness. So the force buy doesn't quite pan out. Anonymo survive with one player. Get themselves up to 11th. Illuminar taking a tactical pause. The bomb plant does enable them to buy here. You can get 3 Galils. You can get 5 if they wanted. It depends on what the priority is for utility between Belaney and Furlan. Run boost in towards heaven. Dashville to attempt an opening. Enzo to find onto Kadzu, denying the boost that comes out through the smoke at the bottom of middle. Enzo continues to push, finds Furlan. Belaney dinked, pushed back, kept honest. Smoke to be faded. Spavq wins the fight versus Chudi. Still 4 versus 2 advantage. Anonymo. 1-for-1 trade. Spavq left. A triple swing comes through. Enzo, it's an ace for him. Firing on all cylinders. It's Anonymo up onto map point. 1 round away from taking us to that all-important decider. Flashbang. The Spavq dodges, staring at the wall, accelerating in towards Donut. Bit of a desperation play. A 1-for-1. Dashville might not expect Belaney so close up here. Activates. It's a messy spray from them both. The Mac 10 comes out on top. Malavi to defend the A site. A heavy hitter with this AWP. Judy. Strange flashbang, to be honest. It's traded 2 versus 2. Smoke towards CT. That might actually buy space for Malavi to just walk through. And Illuminar smartly, they disengage after revealing the location of both of their players. Going to sit back and wait to see if Anonymo play their hand first. Anonymo are searching, but they're doing it silently. So they're playing the hand, but not revealing it. Although, the rotation in CT may have been heard by PHR. I think Illuminar firstly concerned with the possibility of a flank, but Nami's got himself into a very nice position. Ooh, messy spray, but will convert. Gets the information on the last. Malavi will be able to sprint towards this site. Steps heard, bomb planted. Malavi confident to get his knife out. After hearing the tap, flick shot misses. Kadzu confident on that wide swing. It's a 1 versus 2 clutch for him. I'm not sure I like this, Anonymo, forcing up. You're 12-8 up. Forcing, you got a weak attempt at this by a pistol on Enzo. An MP9 and Army. Only 3 M4s. A good flash. Little cheater. Little flash cheater plays forward. A bit of a spam, but it's... Oh my goodness, it's the P250 Enzo, another double kill. So scrappy from Bellany and Furlong, committing to the spam, perhaps anticipating an eco, but no. This is a force. Enzo now has an AK in hand. Just a one-man advantage. As Kadzu's able to find Judy, and eventually Enzo's picked off by Spavku. Okay, Spavku whips out the Glock. Shows Malavi what for. Giving Nami in a 1 versus 3, and he's not going to anticipate Kadzu holding for him here. Anonymo's force buy does not work. And instead, Illuminar win the round, get themselves up to 9th. Anonymo eco. So Anonymo, therefore, a 12-8 scoreline decided, yeah, would rather allow them to go 12-10 than try and finish out on 12-9. Full 5-man stack for Anonymo. USP's 1 Deagle. Shifting in towards A main, going for a full flank. PHR, aware that it's a possibility. Oh, and he'll line them up, but only good for 1. Double dinked. USP's established their firing squad, and the HE is dirty. One singular AK picked up for Judy. He's going to escort that to the A-bomb site for perhaps a save. Malavi and Enzo, if they want, they can try and find a couple exits. Any weapon they find will be helpful. Increase their chances at being able to afford an AWP on Malavi. Kadzu will go down to the bomb. At least Illuminar don't give Anonymo any more weapons. Still not a very healthy buy. Enzo choosing to buy that Deagle last round means he's not got great utility at all. And all their players choosing to go for helmets, even though there's no Galils in play, it's all AKs. So, missing utility, and look at this. Like, 1 minute 40, look how much utility they have left. 1 incendiary, and now 3 flashes. They've not made use of any of the grenades that they've thrown initially, other than preventing rushes. Contact play comes down the ramp. It's Illuminar to come out on top. 4 versus 2, Malavi, Enzo. Sticky spot, a whole minute on the clock. Need a massive multi-kill. Close this. Malavi searching for info, perhaps going for a bit of a gamble right there. A gamble save. I mean, they really should save, Malavi and Enzo. Go for a gamble stack over towards this A site. Illuminar will do a slow execute on the B site. Anonymo will commit to the save. But just remember, it was 12-8. And Anonymo chose to go for a force buy at 12-8. Then E-code. Their buy in this round was not good. A minute 40 and they had 1 incendiary, 3 flashes. Not the greatest economy management for Anonymo. And then this following round, they'll have incredibly weak investment, especially with that M4 removed and the second gone too. Anonymo will not have any M4s. I say that, Chudy can buy one. They'll have 1 rifle on round 24. Just 1. After being 12-8 up. Such poor economy management. And I know some of you are thinking, oh, but they had rifles last round. They had some utility. Yes, but the fact that they have such little utility, it limits their options, right? If they don't have any grenades to play time, they're forced to go for that fight. Because they think, okay, we've not got grenades. We have to take the fight on our terms. We have to get an advantage because we can't play 5 versus 5 with no utility. So they push. And that's what loses them the round because they fall into a firing squad sat waiting for them. But here the MP9s have found a bit of success. Aggression. But Belaney pivots around for a triple kill. Like a turret sat on the point, pivoting his foot. Leaves Chudy 1 versus 3. That was a single M4. Failed to get involved in any of the action so far. It was the MP9s picking all the fights. And he gets traded. 12-12. Illuminar bring it to overtime. After Anonymo makes some incredibly poor economy decisions. 12-8 up. This entire half was simply one thing. Illuminar getting a pistol round. Anonymo going for the force buy on the second, which allowed Illuminar to get up to that 7. Illuminar find another round win in amongst. In fact, no, they find Anonymo then win the rest of the rounds, but Illuminar find 1. It breaks the bank for Anonymo, and Anonymo, poor economy decisions once they're on the back foot. Very poor. They've not had a single healthy buy round since that 12-8 round. The fact you don't have utility, it limits your options. You no longer have the option, the privilege, the choice to play passive. The choice to play for time. The choice to pick and choose at what point you go aggressive, at what point you take the fight. No. You're limited. You can't sit back and wait. You have to try and get an advantage before you can choose to play passive. You don't have the utility to block. You don't have the utility to even take lane. Even if you want to get aggressive, on a map like Ancient, you need utility to take lane control, to take mid control, to stop the T's taking it. And in all fairness, it's a decent attempt going for a 3-man contact play down the ramp, but it was misguided. I had no information as to whether Illuminar had vacated the lane or not. Very poor decisions from Anonymo. We saw them choke a 10-3 lead on Dust 2. No, not choke, throw. It wasn't choke like they were panicking under the pressure. Like they wanted to try and rush the win away. No, they were just playing really poor Counter-Strike, making really poor decisions throughout the entire game, yet still went to 10-3 in the first place whilst they were still playing sloppy Counter-Strike. Now we may see them throw another lead. Extended break here before we enter overtime. Both teams discussing where regulation went wrong for them in order for the other team to get 12. Now the economy not a factor for Anonymo. As mentioned before, that was the fault why they allowed it to get so close, because with the economy they didn't have the opportunity to do plays such as this, to go towards the bottom of middle, fight with utility, and still have grenades left over to play a late round. This time they're going to be rewarded an opening for it. They catch Kadzu. Man advantage for the CTs. Double boost going up here. He missed Nami. Tagged low. Blaney will hunt him down. Homing missile. PHR comes through the mid smoke late, catching them back turned, but only good for one. Still a man advantage for Anonymo as each kill traded. Verdant fights in towards CT, but it's such a messy spray, not clean whatsoever. Barbecue 1 versus 3. Dinked, despite getting the kill. An easy finish for Enzo. Finally, Anonymo get a CT round. Again, aggression from Anonymo, fighting for mid control, something which they hadn't had the privilege of doing. A 1-for-1 trade again. Kadzu storms straight through Xbox, but Enzo hiding in the smoke. What does Kadzu know? The question is, which way does Enzo look? 2 players to deal with, but he forces his way through, and oh, what a transfer, Enzo! Disgusting with the triple, make it a quad! Another impactful multi-kill for Enzo. Pulling Anonymo up by their bootstraps. Oh, and look at this. We're going to get a replay. Bang. 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 So quick. Set up perfectly by that flashbang to boot. Illuminar are going to be kicking themselves after bringing this to OT. 2 rounds down already. And in that fashion with Enzo's multi-kill. PHR. He's now riled up. He's angry, looking to take fights. And Enzo, the hero of the last round, not going to be fighting in this one. A 2-man advantage for Illuminar. Furlan best not throw this away. Smoke thrown towards that B site. Another simple execution. Slow, they take the time. The flash comes in towards heaven. But it's 1-for-1. The advantage maintained. Darshville tries his hardest, but again, a good trade from Blaney. Malawi. 1 versus 3. Molly towards long. Will try and prevent a peek as he scopes towards short. Because you know the short smoke. Still in play. But Spavacute will shut him down. 2-1 at the half in overtime. After an 8-4 half either side. Essentially a 2-to-1 ratio. This time it flips 1-2. This time it's Illuminar's chance to have a go with full utility, full weaponry. Smoking towards cave. Trying to deny the opening, but no, Barbecue blows it open and finds Enzo, but it's Darsheville to respond up towards the ramp. B site. In the hands of Anonymo, but a man advantage in the hands of Illuminar. Util are plentiful, denying the bomb plant, making it so uncomfortable. There's nowhere safe for Anonymo to stand. Eventually the smoke gets dropped to provide them a safe haven, but Larvae round the side of the smoke. But now a 1 versus 3, and Barbecue spots him. Scoreline tied 14-14. Again, this will be first to 16. Double AWP set up for Illuminar. Belaney taking one in his own hands. Again, another opening attempt. This time it's Enzo up towards the slope. Similar gambit from Anonymo. The lurk smoke up on the slope, working their way up on towards the site. And it's a very quick bomb plant. This time not denied by the utility of Illuminar. Look how much infamy. Oh, Kadzu, the smoke fades. Oh, no. Now Anonymo forced their way back in towards the site. It's uncomfortable. Man advantage now. The flank going to come in from the cave, but Malavi caught open. Eventually the HG will finish it off. Still a man advantage for Illuminar, but Nami's in such a good place to try and deny this defuse. The spam through the wall. It's Chudy to get the kill instead. Time ticking. Bomb has to be stuck now, but it gets off it. They get off it. And even then, Chudy, a clutcher 1 versus 2 to get Anonymo up onto map point. A simple B pop with the lurk smoke to allow them to rush that bomb plant. Last round, the reason why it was so successful for Illuminar was because they denied the bomb plant. They made it so uncomfortable. They chucked utility grenade after grenade up on towards that B site. But this round, no such thing. Anonymo get the bomb planted safely. And even able to post plant towards cave. Opening attempt from Malavi, but Kadzu domes him over the top of the smoke. So again, a man advantage for Illuminar. Darsheville, see if he can find the timing to walk through the edge of the smoke. There is a gap in it. Little does he know. Furlan has it watched. But considering it's a 2-on-2 setup, Furlan doesn't want to be caught overextending. There's no need to hold cheater control if you don't have mid. HG's traded back and forth. Anonymo. 4 players just outside the red room. So much noise. Illuminar just holding from the very back lines across the map. They wait for the smoke to fade. 30 seconds left. Illuminar saving their util for retake. Full kits in play. Spotted now crossing the red room. Accelerating towards CT. Kadzu in an off angle. Absolutely domed. That's when PHR will swing out to get one. But hello. Quick kill. Suddenly this A site defense has completely fallen. Just Belaney in a 1 versus 3. Rushes through towards CT and will be traded. We're going to a third map. Anonymo take Ancient 16-14, battling back, man disadvantage after man disadvantage. Enzo going huge round after round, finding the multi-kills. If without him, this is an Illuminar round, Illuminar map. Without him, without Enzo, this is 2-0. So instead, we're going to be going to a third. We're going to be going to a decider, which will be up after this break. A quick 10-minute break. We'll be right back.
Terrorists win.
Illuminar and Anonymo. This Polish derby between these two teams has gone down to the wire, as they've managed to just about win their own map picks in 3 total overtimes. 2 on Dust 2, 1 on Ancient. And it's been absolutely sloppy. Back and forth. Mistakes left, right and centre. Namely from Anonymo. If it wasn't for Enzo, this would have been a 2-0, right? That player found ace, quad kill, triple kill. Sure, he wasn't miles ahead of everyone at the end of the scoreboard, but the level of impact he was finding round after round was huge. And if he wasn't there, this would be simply a 2-0. The Counter-Strike that Anonymo have been playing has been incredibly sloppy. So many mistakes on Dust 2. Losing fights, just poor decision making, poor fights taken. We move over to Ancient, and at 12-8 up, they decide to force buy, and therefore the rest of the half they had no utility to work with on CT side Ancient. No AWP in the hands of Malavi, who quite frankly is incredibly impactful with the AWP, but almost non-existent with a rifle. So some key mistakes, but let's see if Anonymo have what it takes here on Anubis, a map with which they have a 100% win rate on. In the last 3 months, they've played it 6 times on HLTV and have not lost it. A 6-map win streak, but Illuminar, they themselves on a 4-map win streak. A decent proposal between these two teams. Starting off this pistol round, Anonymo on the T side. 4 sets of Kevlar, smoke and a flash. Some presence made in towards middle. Illuminar stacking the B-bomb site. Will be pushed back, a smoke to isolate them, allow safe haven, safe passage for Anonymo into this A bomb site, which they will find empty. Oh, Darshville, dirty tap, brief fire on the jiggle. Illuminar look to retake all 4 players through towards CT. Trades come through. The 3 versus 3. Malavi tags down low. Will land the necessary headshot before being overwhelmed. 2 versus 2, bomb ticking. There is a kit, there is a smoke. Enzo now in the 1 versus 2, and Ferlin is so low. Never mind, he'll isolate Katsu. Low HP and 0.5 seconds left on the bomb. Enzo continues to find impact. Another clutch for him, this time a 1 versus 2 with a knife kill to boot. Illuminar going to be choosing to go for a full eco. They'll elect for a buy in the 3rd round rather than the 4th. Another B-site stack. Anonymo happy to take these fights at range behind the safety of the Molotov. Peaks uncoordinated from Illuminar. It's 1 by 1 into the jaws of these rifles. Army comes in to clean up. This is the lower bracket final here in United21. Loser is eliminated. Winner goes on to face BC game tomorrow. Again, similar gambit. Anonymo going for those opening kills. Now Illuminar have rifles in hand. Ferlin puts them to work. The dry fight. Judy just walks through the smoke. And Ferlin's collected a triple kill. Just like that. Illuminar comes swinging into the first gun round. Cassie on the flank. We'll find the bomb. Leaves Enzo. 1v5. He found aces and quad kills and clutches on Ancient, but a 1v5 currently got that one off his bingo card. And he's got isolates 2 fights. Strong positioning, target selection. Needs to try and work away in towards B main to recover this bomb. Currently searching. See if there's another player on the site. 50 seconds. PHR jiggling on the stairs. Illuminar, after losing Spavacu and Furlan, surely do not want to give up any more players. Just a two-man tower over in B main. He may have found the timing. He has. 26 seconds, finds PHR, guarantees the damage. This allows him to accelerate with no time on the clock. Illuminar, cleverly so, will fall all the way back. Bomb recovered. Get their way in towards the B site, and Enzo realises no chance. Down to 3 HP. Risking dying in the flames.
Counter-terrorists win.
Saving would be the smart decision for Enzo. Kevlar and AK worth $3,700. The money he receives for that loss, $1,400. By going for their full buy here. Means that he'd rather save the 3,700 than die and gain the 1,400. Anonymo playing 5-man CS right now, grouping all 5 players in towards middle. Silently. Just a tipple of grenades, tipple of util. In towards middle. They'll reblock off camera. Illuminar. Set up a perimeter around mid. Potential crossfire here. Swing comes through. Furlan just about survives. Blaney good for 1, but Furlan overextends, looking to go for another fight. 4 versus 4. At least Illuminar have the information. No reaction. Take water control. Spavacu fully blinded as he rotates back into the pillar. Anonymo staying grouped, all 4 players. Spavacu holds that swing, good for 1. Now just tucks. Does his teammate take next? In fact, I say his teammate, there's no one near him. He just sits and hides, and they just close him down. 3 versus 3. PHR's flank dealt with. Blaney will eventually find him. Kadu, surprise as he comes in through towards heaven. 1 versus 1, and Dashville peeks out for the triple kill. Anonymo now up to a third. Illuminar not ready for those 5-man shenanigans in towards middle. It was so slow, element of doubt. Illuminar weren't sure whether that was a pack, whether there was any lurkers. Didn't want to overcommit to counter. Even when they did try and counter with that temple crossfire, Furlan broke it apart, overextending. Illuminar, pistols again. This time a bit of a 1-1-3. Anonymo happy to just take the fights off the site. Easy cleanup on the B site, just PHR with this 5-7 and Kevlar. He's bought a lot. He's only got 1,300 left in the bank. Even if he had full round loss bonus, that wouldn't be enough to get full utility, plus a kit. He needs to save this Kevlar. Simply put. Even then, if he saves it, he won't have full utility.
Bomb has been planted.
PHR just tucking. Towards T-spawn. You need to be disciplined. Don't even go for an attempt at an exit. Just sit and tuck. Illuminar now with a gun round. Warp up on the Spavacute. And that util, as I mentioned on PHR, not complete. Also vital considering Spavacute goes down to an... Hang on a minute. Spavacute has 250 left. He could have bought a flashbang if he hadn't already bought 2 and dropped them over. He's going to be tested here as he's solo in towards A main. He's got no Kevlar. This MAC-10 will shred him apart. PHR to find one. The Molotov finishes him off. A 3 versus 3. Fight through the smoke. Well-timed trade from Katsu. Keeps it even. Molly. They make things difficult for him. Holds for the push. Enzo. Careless. Expecting the flames to cover a bit more of the ground, leaving Army in a 1 versus 2, tucked into a jail, hard cleared by Kadzu. A quad kill. Give Illuminar their second.
Counter-terrorists win.
Both teams still invest. PHR down to an MP9. And Galil on Darsheville. No only compromises in play as far as weaponry is concerned. Anonymo spread out. Bit of a default. At least that's what they want to make it look like. Starting to converge over towards B main. And Connector setting themselves up for a B split, but Illuminar have 3 players here to defend. Enzo getting curious, fights through the smoke, beautiful headshot towards Blaney, but it's traded. And Furlan tries to reposition, caught off guard, but still gets away with 1. Spavacue now tested the lone defender of the site. HE blows open the smoke and reveals Nami to his crosshairs. Bomb to be rushed. Spavacue, oh, tempting the knife. Just sit in the smoke, finds the trade on PHR. Giving Malavi a 1 versus 2. Has an AWP, so not really the weapon to deny Ninja defuse. So needs to find the kills, but AWP behind the pillar. The smokes fade, Spavacue will collect 3, and Illuminar a third themselves.
Counter-terrorists win.
Anonymo go for... I'm not sure what buy this is. Is this a force buy or a half buy? Because Nami and... Well, Judy was alive. Went for a half buy. Everyone else is forcing. A really strange economic decision. Going to be attempting a bit of a fake split in towards B through mid. But the fire beneath them is extinguished like a damp squid. Enzo left in a 1 versus 4, another clutch scenario. bomb heavily in the control of Illuminar. They'll just roost up. Katsu, cheeky off angle. Spot Enzo, I think he has, but messy fight. Fortunately, PHR's there to trade, clean up. Tied the score 4-4. Still profitable for Illuminar with 3 players surviving, but would have been nice to have Katsu alive. Anonymo. Again, what is this investment? This is such a heavy buy considering it's an eco. You've got Util left over in the bank. Darsheville goes down to 600, 1,000 on Enzo. They can't buy next round unless they get a bomb plant with only 2.9k loss bonus. And again, this buy, this investment on Tech 9s does nothing. And now look what money they're left with. Darsheville has to go down to a Galil. Enzo's going to have to make a compromise, whether it be util or weaponry. Nami's on a Galil as well. I don't know why they've invested so much 2 rounds in a row. They're on 3 Galils with only 2 AKs in play. I had success on the first gun round with 5-man CS, so they're going to look to replicate that. Util deployed. Smoke. Delaney. Not even good for one, but Ferland's happy to get a couple. The smokes cut the site in half. They'll securely get the bomb planted. But how's their post plant looking? A man disadvantage. They don't have con control. Search for it now. The flash. To try and keep Ferland at bay. Pushes in, but it's only a dink and a missed shot from Spavicu. Illuminar give Anonymo opportunities back into this one. Time ticking. 2 versus 2. Kit on PHR. He's being hunted down. Enzo. Just 2D. Dancing around the pillar on 10 points of health. Gets the kill, but I'm not sure there's time. Oh, only just enough time on that defuse. Illuminar don't make it easy for themselves. The retake in a 4-on-3. Spavicu alone on the site. Ferland giving a fight so early on in the cave with no trade potential. Aggressive play from Na'Vi, dropping down from bridge, finds Spavicu. Util still disastrously weak on Anonymo. Well, Nami's actually finished off by the flames. Couldn't find a safe haven. So a delayed trade to the 4-on-4. Full gamble stack from Illuminar. 3 on A. Just Kadzu on mid. Anonymo going for an info play. Currently split up 2-2. Searching the B site. Thing is, they'll see it's empty, and if they see it's empty, they might expect, oh, okay, maybe they push towards an extremity, so they'll be concerned about B main. Bomb is making its way over now. Kadzu is on this flank. They can see Malavi concerned about it, watching it. In fact, he even smoked it off. Bomb will be planted safely. Kadzu doesn't reveal his hand just yet. Enzo pushed so deep into the temple, catches the rotation, but it will be traded. Man advantage still. Illuminar. Good shot from Malavi, but Darshville is caught by the late rotation from PHR. Malavi now into the 1 versus 1. A beautiful shot. Drops a smoke in towards Con. Knows that PHR has to fight his way through and lands it. Malavi, a 1 versus 3 clutch to get Anonymo a 5th. To keep them competitive in this half. Bearing in mind, this is the most T-sided map in the pool. It's also the most one-sided. You're expecting 8-4, 7-5 minimum halves for the T side. At the moment, the best Anonymo will be able to do is 6-6. Even then, Illuminar still going to be able to put up a fight and contest for that final round. Opening attempt from Kadzu. Met with Trudy. She's front low in the smoke. Trudy caught. Isolated on his own. 4 versus 4. Illuminar having cleared water. The 2B players can now fully focus on this execution coming through towards B main. But it's faked. Anonymo don't commit. They drop the util. Sit back and wait. Look to go for a reset. Hoping that the util is enough to blind Illuminar. Keep them concerned, keep them entertained, keep their attention. So try and slip in towards middle with 3. Util deployed in towards mid. Try and deter these A site players. But that's enough for them to drop down. The whole plan, the whole idea was to push the rotations away from mid, throw the util, go for an immediate drop, an immediate rotation, and split that B site. They caught Illuminar just sitting static. 2-2 split. Man advantage now for Anonymo. They have this bomb planted, safe and secure. Enzo clearing out B main. Malavi holds connector, just leaves Spavacu in a 1 versus 3. Behind the pillar, and Malavi will collect a double. Big impact found from him. So Anonymo have a tied half, 6-6. I mean, look at the heavy lifting done from Darshville, Manavi, and Enzo. Nami and Trudy on 3 kills each. Essentially a 3 versus 5. Final pistol round of the day. I'll have double Julie's dropped over to Trudy and Darshville. Accelerating in towards middle, dropping in towards the bridge, try and pull a rotation. The Julie's let them rip. Darshville only good for 1. The trades are coming through for Illuminar. They clean house on that B site. Just Enzo rotating in. Another clutch scenario. Good for 1, good for 2. Quick headshots despite being overwhelmed. And Belaney spamming, panicking on this pistol. will just tuck his way into a default. Ooh, and it's finished off. Into the 1 versus 1. Furlan has no Kevlar. Enzo's just going to stick this bomb. Enzo sticking a full 10-second defuse. Oh my goodness, Enzo. A 1 versus 4 clutch. Furlan is going to be kicking himself after that one. The entire of Anonymo are. The 1 versus 4, they give them all the fights. And Belaney, not the first time we've seen him have an absolute stinker of a pistol round. Guy with a USP just starts spamming it at body height. Not the one. Anonymo. 1 round up, but Illuminar a healthy investment. And nade stacking towards middle. Full Mac 10s look to try and split. Connector again, but Chudy this time withstands. Oh, missed Molly. Molly's himself out. Has to fall back. The flashes are strong. The one Galil gets involved. Chudy still fighting on the site. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Okay. I just watching that there on the X-ray. I'm not sure how many of you caught that, but as Chudy tucked his way in towards dark, as soon as he got 1 kill, the last 2 players for Illuminar had to jump backwards and swap back to their guns because they both had utility out. Not clearing the site. You already have smokes down in towards temples. You don't need to suddenly carpet the bomb site with grenades again. Just focus on trading. So Anonymo stretched their lead to 2. They shut down the 4th buy from Illuminar. RV left to his own devices in middle. Finds 1 upon the AWP. Dinked down, falls all the way back to the A site. Anonymo, this is a safe setup. Retake towards B, double CT. Triple stacking. Bomb site and a beautiful pre-fire from Spavacue, and Darsheville commits straight to the spray. This has happened so many times across this best of 3, where Darsheville has multiple players on his screen, and rather than, even though he has cover, rather than just jiggling and going for a fight, he literally just wide swings and tries to spray all 3 down. Poor target selection there. But regardless, the round is converted for Anonymo. Illuminar now with weapons in their hands, AKs per player, good utility on top of that. Double mollies deployed in mid. To go for an opening pick, Darsheville flashed out. A bit of a missed smoke there from Enzo. Back of that, Illuminar, they take mid control, they've taken A main control. Anonymo have to retake some sort of information. As you can see, Molly's towards A main. Enzo makes his way in. On the back of clearing that, Malavi's going to rotate towards this B site. Illuminar have done a good job at weakening A. Now they set themselves up for the A split. Smoking towards Temple, Enzo falls all the way back. Proactive play, calls to the fight towards A main. But Darsheville doesn't come with him. Darsheville instead just sits out in the open like a sitting duck. An absolute sitting duck. What's going on in Anonymo? Like, what's going on with Darsheville even? Like, that was Enzo spotted that smoke towards Temple, identified, okay, we've got 3 players stacked towards B, there's only 2 of us to defend A, we don't have mid, we don't have A main, and we know they're likely coming from mid. Let's take A main. So he pushes in towards A main. Darsheville, who's closer to A main, just sit still at the back of the pillar. Rather than peeking and clearing A main with him, he sits... He doesn't even sit behind the pillar so that he has cover if they come from mid. He just sat at the back of the plat. Baffling stuff from Anonymo. Utility traded back and forth between mid and B, but this is well read from Anonymo. They're going to gamble stack the B bomb site. A good flash fully blinds them, sets Na'Vi up. We take Cave into a 4v4. Illuminar forge their way through this B main smoke. But in the chaos, Anonymo thrive. Down into the 2-on-2. Dashville comes in through CT, just Belaney left. 1 versus 2, and Malavi will take his head. Anonymo do find double digits up to a 10th. This time, much faster from both teams. Illuminar accelerating in towards middle, but Anonymo looking to take water control. PHR should know about this. He's going to drop down. Spotted him. Yes, he did. Takes down Judy. The fights in middle are successful for Illuminar. And this flank from Nami might not get a chance to activate. Oh no, looks away at the worst timing. Eventually removes PHR, but by this point Illuminar have the B site. Well-timed Molotov. Keep Nami at bay. Illuminar need to search for a safe post plant. Anonymo will just look to save. Malavi still with an AWP. Nami now with an AK. No cash left over.
Terrorists win.
Anonymo going to choose to force up behind these two saved weapons. This AWP behind this AK, they'll get 3 MP9s. Illuminar not slowing down one bit. Accelerating over towards this A site. Dashville holds on his own. Util traded back and forth, he falls all the way back. Low smoke provides cover for Illuminar to fight behind. Malavi with the AWP will find Furlan. Goes back in creep all the way through these smokes. Fight straight through, but PHR sat waiting. Nami picked up AK, will get his way to broken wall after removing Spavacue. 3 versus 3 in the util. Chipping Illuminar down very low. They managed to pull a full rotation away from this A site. Steps made by PHR with this bomb. Those steps certainly heard. Malavi up on this B site already. Scoped in, anticipating enough play. Wide swing from PHR. He's going to rush this bomb plant. Even though his teammate Kadzu nowhere near to support. PHR has to try and find a safe post plant. Even with this flank coming in from Judy. But Nami doesn't clear his corners. Now, if Judy can find PHR, he's on low health. Kadzu's on just 1. But no. MP9. Spray, 2 unruly. Illuminar get 9, and not only that, they break the bank for Anonymo, who will likely be on an eco here. So Illuminar ready to tie the score. Full eco for Anonymo. Illuminar just going to rush this B bomb site. Get the bomb planted. Judy hiding in a smoke. Smoke will fade. And Kadzu will find him. A fast flank comes through. Couple dinks do land. Furlong on low HP. Mac 10 of Kadzu will clean house. Scoreline is indeed tied 10-10. Shoreline tied, and now Anonymo getting aggressive. Look at this push from Darshville straight into towards the water, but he's not exactly quiet about it, is he? Just being held by Belaney. Kadzu tries to swing on the timing, but Enzo ready for that peak to come through. He's going to continue to push, continue to search it. Oh, what a double dink onto Belaney. Domes him. Gives Anonymo a man advantage. Just had Belaney drop from the server. And Illuminar may be incentivized to play for time here. Or might set themselves up for an execution on this A-bomb site. Where Judy lies alone. Flashes. Decent, but Judy turns. Judy holds for 2. The rotation comes through. It's a weak hit for Illuminar, and Anonymo back in the lead. They hit 11. But Illuminar still cash in the bank enough. Just about to buy. Do have a tactical pause from Anonymo. Enzo some insta-smokes deployed towards carpet and stairs. But Illuminar not looking to care. Instead, they're accelerating over towards this B site, looking to split it with a rush. Beautiful transfer from PHR. Kadzu collects a collateral into the 1 versus 1 after some chaotic trades, some multi-kills coming into Illuminar's way. Get them into this situation. Katsu just tucks in towards Dark. The barrel. We'll get a free kill on towards Darsheville. Lazy clear from the Anonymo player. Scoreline tied yet again, 11-11. But look at the bank for Anonymo. Borderline non-existent. Don't blame them for going for a force buy here. 1 M4, 4 MP9s. We're going for proactive play in towards B main. Blaney lines of weight and he'll mow down 2. In fact, helped out a little bit by Nami. Actually, Enzo comes in with the M4 to trade. But the man advantage for Illuminar. Gifted to them by Anonymo. Illuminar just freeze. 3 players holding B main. PHR. Left to lurk. He's going to throw a bit of presence. Beautiful headshot towards Malawi. Gets the info of a second player. That's the trigger. That's enough. That's all Anonymo needs to say, okay, that means they're not stacked towards B. There's only one player at most to defend, and that's Enzo, and he's gone already. Darsheville in a 1 versus 3. Go for a long flank through T spawn. I should expect him to save it. 1 versus 3 versus having a rifle next round. There will be no rifles next round if there's nothing saved for Anonymo.
Terrorists win.
And here we are. Illuminar, map, match, series point. Ready to eliminate Anonymo. And Anonymo, I eat my words, they have 2 M4s. 1 dropped over to Enzo. Another on Malawi. But again, with these weak weapons, with weak utility, what are they to do against the T side on Anubis? A T side that can afford to just sit back. Why Anubis is so difficult on that CT side. The Ts can just sit and wait for a solid 30 seconds before even moving. With that ability to control the rotations, to have a lot of the map control to begin with. Enzo, missed shot from Spavacue, but there's the trade. Information at the very least garnered by Enzo. On Belaney through the edge of the smoke, catches Malawi. Man advantage now for Illuminar. Information plate. The rest are on MP9s. They can't afford to take long-range duels. So Anonymo. And just left to go for a gamble at this stage. This is an all-or-nothing gamble. This is win or lose if Darsheville rotates over towards B. Illuminar 20 seconds. Keeping it slow. Will shift 3 players towards camera as PHR accelerates noisily towards A main, clearing out the site. They can now split in. This molly will push Darsheville forward, searching for a fight, but he goes down. A 4 versus 2. It would need to be something absolutely monumental for Anonymo to try and close out this best of 3. And not even to close it out, to bring it to overtime. Judy, A 1 versus 4, met with a firing squad, an execution squad, if you will. It will be Illuminar coming out on top, 13-11 here on Anubis, putting an end to Anonymo's win streak on this map, but also eliminating Anonymo here from Season 23. As Illuminar will go through to face BC Game tomorrow in the consolidation final. The winner of that will be facing Gen 1 in the grand final. So make sure to tune in for that one. Commiserations to Anonymo. A lot to work on for them after that sloppy performance, but that's all from us today. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.